never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Following multiple deadly mass shootings on the West Coast, the White House is renewing calls.
President Biden urging Congress to send him an assault weapons ban.
President Biden, like most Americans, believes that this is an urgent issue.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said California Senator Dianne Feinstein reintroduced a federal assault weapons ban and legislation to raise the minimum purchase age for assault weapons to 21. I'm John Schaefer.
There are thousands of utility customers without power, and damage is being reported in the wake of a tornado that hit parts of Houston, Texas, Tuesday. This man told KPRC-TV what it was like.
You just heard a big boom. The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
So far, no reports of any serious injuries. Investigators with the U.S. Justice Department now looking into classified documents that were uncovered at the Indiana residence of former Republican Vice President Mike Pence. GOP Senator Lindsey Graham reacting Tuesday.
You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. The only thing I think you'll find at my house is a bunch of Chick-fil-A bags on the floor.
Federal investigations into classified records handling are now ongoing against all three. Worth noting, the only case which has involved an FBI raid is the one involving Trump. The Biden administration will join several new states and the former Trump administration in being among those lined up against tech giant Google on antitrust grounds. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced a new federal lawsuit against Google Tuesday, accusing the tech giant
monopolizing the market for the technology used by publishers to offer ads on their websites, and monopolizing the market for the ad network technology that advertisers use to buy digital advertising space.
Attorneys for the tech company say it is a losing argument. A similar lawsuit against Google was filed by the Trump administration and several states back in late 2020. This is USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
One person dead after a small plane crashed in Indianapolis. This happened Tuesday afternoon when police say a small aircraft crashed on railroad tracks on the south side of the city near the university. Investigators are asking anyone with video footage of the incident to come forward. A former FBI agent accused of having corrupt ties to the Kremlin through a top Russian oligarch now out on personal recognizance bond after facing a judge in New York City. Correspondent Ken Delanian explains more about the case involving Charles McGonigal,
head of the Counterintelligence Division in the New York City office. And in that capacity, his job was in part to protect the United States from malign foreign influence. But what these two cases, one brought in New York, one brought in D.C., what they add up to is that they're accusing him of profiting from malign foreign influence.
McGonigal retired from the FBI in 2018. He could face decades behind bars if convicted. A top executive for Live Nation is coming to affiliate Ticketmaster's defense in the wake of a mishap involving an upcoming Taylor Swift concert tour. A massive ticket glitch being blamed on automated bots.
While the bots failed to penetrate our systems or acquire any tickets, the attack requires to slow down and even pause our sales. This is what led to a terrible consumer experience.
Live Nation President and CFO Jeff Burke told the Senate Judiciary Committee investigating Ticketmaster's dominance in the ticketing industry. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Shaquille O'Neal here. If you battle back or hip pain or knee or shoulder pain, you don't have to tough it out. You can just turn it off with Smart Relief from Icy Hot. You just push a button and whoosh. Smart Relief sends waves of relaxing pulses that safely block pain at the nerve level. It's simple, easy to use, and it's been clinically tested to start providing immediate relief for hours, even after you turn it off. So if you're battling pain, let Icy Hot help you win that battle. Turn on Smart Relief and turn off pain.
Use only as directed.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, without further ado, let's get on the road. Here we go. Are we ready to roll? I guess it depends on where you are. Some are going to be rolling, others may be parking, waiting out the storm, as they say. So welcome in, welcome aboard. First things first, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Coming to you live from our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio, where they tell us we're still under a winter storm warning. But as I look at the radar, I see rain coming. Rain. At some point, the rain is expected to transition. This is going to be a good one. We'll see how good the forecasters are. I mean, it is a very complex picture trying to predict what this storm's going to do. Who's going to see rain? Who's going to see snow? Who's going to see the combination thereof? And indeed, we have our severe weather side of the storm. But for the moment, if you're out there moving freight, I mean, technically, we've got rain moving in to the Cincinnati area in short order. Starting off as light rain, we've got some heavier rain right across the state of Indiana, southern Indiana. Currently, the rain all south of Indianapolis. Where do we see the changeover zone from rain to snow? Current radar scene, to me, looks like right about the Indiana-Illinois line toward Evansville, Indiana, southernmost Indiana. I'm seeing some of them dark blue returns, which would be indicative of those big, fat, silver dollar, heavy, wet snowflakes. Meanwhile, it's depicting plain old rain from, say, Quincy, Illinois to St. Louis. We've seen the changeover through much of Missouri. Northern Missouri, still some mixed precipitation there. But then you've got snow and some heavier bands of snow stretching from Topeka to Wichita, Kansas, all the way down to Oklahoma City. Northwest Arkansas was one of those areas that was expecting to get hammered. Reports are coming in that some areas have already seen 6 inches of the heavy, wet snow, the slushy accumulation. Big Sexy sent me a link here a couple hours ago of one roadway where you've got the hilly terrain. Something like 30 vehicles were stuck on the road there. They're telling people, hey, if you get stuck, we told you if you have to travel, make sure you take some necessities, extra blankets, some food, some water. Make sure your tank's full. Stay with your vehicle and wait for assistance is the word they're getting there. So we'll try to break it all down for you coming up here. Let's start, though, with the severe weather side of the storm, the Deep South. We do still have some tornado watches for the next couple of hours in the southernmost reaches of Alabama. And there's been numerous tornado warnings throughout the evening hours. Currently, I am not seeing any active tornado warnings. Well, I should take that back, as one just popped up. This is southern Louisiana. Let's see. Right there at the midnight hour Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage along a line extending from near Gretna to Estelle. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So regardless of a tornado, Strong straight line winds. This includes portions of Interstate 10 in Louisiana between the 234-mile marker and the 256-mile marker. If you're traveling along Interstate 510, between the 1 and 3 mile marker, Interstate 610 between the 3 and 4 mile marker. That is an active tornado warning that it was just issued here a few minutes ago. A rare tornado emergency was issued this past afternoon as the severe weather roared through Texas. Meanwhile, snow is accumulating elsewhere in the central states, widespread travel disruptions. Let's start with the Houston area. Damage reports continue to stream in from severe weather in the Houston area, including significant harm done to the local wastewater facility. Houston's Public Works Department reporting late Tuesday afternoon that a wastewater facility on Kings Point Road in the southeast area of the city has significant damage, but the facility is still functioning currently. The city of Houston's 311 assistance line reporting more than 20 debris calls were made, along with 23 flooding reports on roadways, 4 structure flooding reports. Houston Fire reports the roof of a local apartment complex was blown off, leading to the transport of several individuals with non-life-threatening injuries. Meanwhile, the Houston suburb of Deer Park has suffered significant damage as a result of the afternoon tornado. No injuries or fatalities with that severe weather. One update, officials in Deer Park stated that Deer Park Independent School District is closed for Wednesday. Residents are being asked to stay off roads as workers attempt to repair many downed power lines. Damage reports in the city continue to come in through the evening, though, including a train being blown over by the storms, significant structural damage to an office belonging to the Innovative Teachers of Texas. They say 25 to 30 structures in the city have significant damage. 30 local roads are closed with downed trees or power lines. On to Pasadena, Texas, another area that's seen significant damage from a tornado, including a local animal shelter. The Pasadena Animal Shelter hit hard by the storm, including losing a large portion of the building's roof, and is in immediate need of foster homes for dogs. As a result, they've put out the plea, if you have any room and you have the heart to open your home to any of these poor animals, now is the time to step up. This is going to take the rescue village here, but there were no injuries reported at the shelter there as the tornado ripped through. Of course, the storms continued transitioning from southern Texas into Louisiana, including a possible tornado in the Beauregard Parish. The sheriff's office there responding to damage reports on Highway 171 in Ragley, about 25 miles north of Lake Charles. One home noted as completely destroyed. A second home also hit with unspecified damages, lots of downed power lines and trees reported there as well. The power outages in southeast Texas had blossomed to over 100,000 in the state a little after 5:30 Central Time. Over 22,000 of those were in the Harris County, home to Houston and surrounding neighborhoods that were hit by the tornado Tuesday afternoon. Other counties with significant outages include Orange County, where just over 42% of tracked customers at one point were without power there. Wharton County, with over 37% of tracked customers at the peak were without power. Crews have been out looking to restore power. Now, we think of our friends at TNCradio.live, of course, right there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. I got an update from Tom Kelly, who simply says, wow, what a day in Houston. As you've heard by now, tornadoes ripped through southeast sections of Houston. The Johnson Space Center reporting downed trees and fences. My own son lost part of his fence. There's damage throughout the area within just a few miles of the studio here. Even hours after the storm, we're still hearing sirens, some close by and others at a distance. The local animal shelter was wiped out. Fortunately, most of the 70-plus dogs made it out with no injuries. A couple of the animals were injured. No reports of human casualties, but undoubtedly we're picking through the rubble. We're very grateful that except for an extended power outage, we made it through okay. Others report it took several hours to get back to this part of town due to the number of downed power lines, some across the freeway, and multiple traffic accidents along some of the key routes in and around the Houston area. So, yes, prayers for Houston, Texas tonight. I'm glad everything's good there at the TNC Radio.live studios tonight. All right, we'll give you more on the severe weather threat, which will continue through the upcoming day, Wednesday, midweek. Yeah, hey, Mike. Making our way into the 25th day of January. Let's start, I suppose, with the wintry side of our storm. This potential is going to have a negative impact on travel. And for air travelers, from that standpoint alone, they tell us this looks probably to be the most disruptive since about a month ago when we had that Christmas Arctic outbreak that led to thousands of cancellations. Some of the major hubs will have all snow with this system, including Chicago and Detroit. Now, even the hubs of Boston and New York City later today will be dealing with a wintry mix for a time. Heavy rain, poor visibility, gusty winds can result in delays as far south as the major hubs in Washington, D.C., down to Charlotte, and even in Atlanta, Georgia. The second winter storm began strengthening there in the southwestern U.S. back on Monday, bringing snow from New Mexico and northwestern Texas to southern Missouri through the past day. As this system continues to track to the northeast, snow arrives in the Ohio Valley during the overnight hours tonight, and eventually all the way into the northeast by later today. If you're going to be moving freight, some of the major interstates, 70, 80, 90, many other highways across the Midwest and interior Northeast, you're going to be in for a wintry drive, strewn with accidents and delays throughout much of the upcoming day. There's a wide swath of 3 to 6 inch accumulations expected from southern Missouri through parts of Indiana, Ohio, on into southern Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, and all the way up into Maine. The heaviest accumulations are going to be northern New York into interior parts of Maine, where more than a foot of snow will accumulate. We could be talking some areas reporting maybe 24 inches in that particular zone. Now, there's going to be a narrower band of 6+ inches expected, looking to impact maybe the likes of Indianapolis, Indiana, on up into northwest Ohio through the Toledo area. Just to the north, Detroit, you're near the edge of that heavier snow, 4 to 8 inches of accumulation expected there. It's in this region where the National Weather Service has all these winter storm warnings, conditions likely to be most disruptive. Now, in the Midwest and the Central Appalachians, you can expect snow-covered roadways before the sun comes up on Wednesday morning. Closer to the Atlantic coast, you'll have some milder air arriving. The snow or maybe a wintry mix will change to all rain from areas from, say, about Boston southward, Philadelphia, down to Washington, D.C. Maybe enough cold air, mild air to limit any wintry precipitation to the northern and western suburbs. The cities, it's just going to be all rain. You will have the colder air arriving, but it doesn't make its way in until Thursday. By that point in time, most of the precip is on up into New England and Maine. A bit to the south across much of Pennsylvania, snow may only last for a short period of time. This may keep the highest snow totals out of the area. Accumulation rates could be an inch per hour for much of Wednesday morning in cities like State College and Williamsport, which could lead to very low visibility and some poor travel conditions there. Even in the heaviest snow in New England, the storm's going to continue to be impactful further to the west all the way into Thursday of this week. It is 844-844-3388. I'd like to get maybe some of those road reports from our drivers out there. You're the eyes and the ears that are out there on the road dealing with it firsthand. If you can maybe help out and give some of the other drivers a heads up, areas where you say, yeah, might as well just park it, or maybe you pull off, find a place to park. Others, love to hear from you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get some of our listening friends checking in via Facebook, as we always do as we kick the program off. First, let me jump over to Kentucky. Ken is on board. Been a while since we heard from you. Hey there, Ken.
Hey, how are you, Steve? You doing all right?
Doing well. Just waiting, anxiously anticipating. Is it going to be a whole bunch of rain or a whole bunch of snow or just a little bit of nothing? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is, I started a new gig. I'm doing, they call it home daily truckload. So I haven't been out in the wee hours in the morning the way I normally had, but I still get the podcast and all that, but it's not, I still miss listening live, and maybe eventually I'll get back on, get a night shuttle. But, yeah, I went to, just real quick, I went to West Virginia today. And I coming back, they sent me my load for tomorrow. The first one they sent me was Troy. Then they changed it to Columbus up here. So I thought, I can make Columbus. I'd rather sleep in the truck and not fight I-71 and 270 and with all the snow that, is forecast. But up here so far, we don't, there's nothing on my windshield yet. So.
Yep.
But I've been up here about an hour or so. I'd rather, not have to fight if I didn't have to. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, as far as West Virginia goes, it looks like most of the winter weather advisories there for eastern portions of the state. And I think that probably kind of runs along the higher terrain in eastern Virginia.
Yeah, Well, I got this Columbus. I finished West Virginia, went back to Kentucky, picked up another trailer, and booked it on up here. I made it. I had 10 minutes when I got to the security gate. Get up there. I said, but I'm about out of time. Any way I can stay on the light? He said, no, you can stay across the street or up the road. I'm like, okay. I shut this thing down. I had 4 minutes left.
Wow.
But it all worked out. yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Nothing.
I miss everybody, and hopefully here before long I'll get a night shuttle gig and be live and in person, because I enjoy the night driving. I really do.
All right.
But
Well,
wanted to reach out to you. Good to hear you. And hey, Who Day?
Yes, sir. Who Day? All right.
That's right. See ya.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for checking in, Kentucky Ken. So I guess he's safely hunkered down for the night there in the Columbus area. Yeah, it's all clear in that region. Again, some of the rain, light rain, has moved into northern portions of Kentucky. You should have rain from Louisville to, again, just about Cincinnati, moving in as we speak. We get a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Donald Trump's classified documents case, still the only one involving an FBI raid. But new on Tuesday, we learned classified records have been found, perhaps mishandled by former Republican Vice President Mike Pence as well. GOP Senator Lindsey Graham says this whole thing has come a long way since the Mar-a-Lago raid.
What became a political problem, for Republicans is now a national security problem for the country.
Ticketmaster under fire on Capitol Hill Tuesday.
Senator Richard Blumenthal during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing into Ticketmaster's handling of Taylor Swift concert tickets.
Ticketmaster had the temerity to imply that debacle involved in pre-ticket sales was Taylor Swift's fault.
But Live Nation head Joe Berchtold said the companies aren't to blame. Automated bots are.
This is what led to a terrible consumer experience, which we deeply regret.
I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. But let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, it's been a while since we've heard from Philly Dan via Facebook. But we're hearing from him this morning. I guess that kind of explains why we hadn't heard from Dan. He's been in Facebook jail. Hello, Philly Dan. It says, good morning, everyone. I'm fresh out of Facebook jail. FJB. You're looking to go right back in, aren't you? Joe Self, morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. We've got 34 degrees in Winchester, Virginia at the midnight hour. Waiting for some snow. Everybody have a good hump day. Copy in the mail, 5-7. Hello to Debbie from a very snowy and cold Bozeman, Montana. Debbie, a.k.a. Idaho Rose, loves the show. Thank you very much. Country Bumpkin checks in from Grand Haven, Michigan. Waiting for the snow. Be safe out there, Overnight Drive family. All right, Kentucky Ken. Already heard from Ken there, but he did chime in. Morning, Overnight Drive crew. And Mr. Summers, old Kentucky Ken is listening in from Columbus, Ohio. No podcast for me tonight. Get to listen live. Midnight special. Check it in from the Loves Travel Center. At the bottom of Fancy Gap, we're at 36 degrees. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Be safe out there. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. 38 degrees dry for now in Boone's Mill, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. 32 degrees in Northwest Illinois. Feels like 28. They're saying 1 to 4 inch is what we're anticipating here pretty much area-wide. Good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. James is on board, 48 degrees, looking for some rain by the morning hours here. All right, happy hump day from Eskimo Mom, a.k.a. Her Monday. All right, so far, finishing up a drop and hook in Muncie, Indiana. Before heading back to the yard, see if they've got anything else. With the weather rolling in, I wouldn't mind getting off early and letting others work. In the Miami Valley and Shelby counties, many of our local schools have indeed already closed for the upcoming day, Wednesday, and some businesses are already calling for delays or closures. We're at 35 in Muncie. It looks cloudy, nothing coming from the skies at this point in time. Yeah, we're still, we're several degrees above that freezing mark. That's why, I guess, for the forecasters, it's very difficult. When are you going to see that transition from rain to snow? All right, Shorty at the West Virginia line headed back to Columbus, Ohio, to get our second Orlando turnaround this morning. Cheryl checks in. Help save Newsmax now. DirecTV. All right, Cheryl, I had that story before me. I was planning to mention that. Let's just get right into it anyway. Censorship in America? Is that what it is? Several dozen Republican lawmakers voicing serious concerns about DirecTV's plans, alleged plans, to deplatform and censor Newsmax from their channel lineup as early as midnight Tuesday. That's 37 minutes ago. I do not have DirecTV. If you have DirecTV and you were a viewer of Newsmax, maybe see if you could pull it up. And is it there? Is it still there? Last Friday, Representative Wesley Hunt of Texas and 41 other Republican House members signed a letter sent to AT&T, DirecTV, and the hedge fund TPG Capital, the minority operator of the satellite system. Hunt's letter stated that the members of the House Republican Conference are deeply concerned about this undemocratic assault on free speech. If Newsmax is deplatformed, this would be the second time AT&T DirecTV has deplatformed a major conservative news channel in the past year. Now, Newsmax is the nation's fourth highest rated cable news channel and a top 20 channel overall. It's been carried on all major cable systems. DirecTV continues to claim that the moves against first One American News and now Newsmax are for cost-cutting reasons. But dozens of liberal news, information, and entertainment channels with far less ratings than Newsmax and One American News have been consistently renewed by DirecTV. If Newsmax is removed from DirecTV, in less than a year, House Republicans will have lost 2 of the 3 cable news channels that reached conservative voters on a platform that primarily serves conservative-leaning areas of the country. Now, this letter signed by some of the most significant members of the House, including Conference Chair Representative Elise Stefanik of New York, House Oversight Chair James Comer of Kentucky, Ways and Means Chair Jason Smith of Missouri, among many others. But again, Newsmax news that DirecTV could drop Newsmax as early as the midnight hour, erupting over social media. Mike Waltz of Florida, the representative, took to Twitter, blasting the move as absurd, adding that DirecTV is caving to the woke mob and the partisan demands of Democrats to censor Newsmax. Americans deserve to hear all points of view. Now, DirecTV's decision to drop One American News and possibly now eliminate Newsmax, right on the heels of a February of 2021 letter written by Representative Anna Eshoo, the Democrat of California, and then Representative Jerry McInerney, the Democrat of California, demanding that cable and satellite television providers explain their alleged role in the spread of dangerous misinformation by carrying conservative networks. If you're conservative, you are misinformation, disinformation. That letter only targeted Fox News, Newsmax, and One American News. It was distributed just days before a House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee hearing on disinformation and extremism in the media. After that letter, in April of last year, AT&T removed One American News from DirecTV. Hunt told the Washington Examiner he's deeply troubled by DirecTV's decision to remove Newsmax from their lineup of channels. Deplatforming Newsmax, the latest development in the left's ongoing campaign to purge voices that disagree with their public sphere. Now, this will cut off tens of millions of viewers who rely on Newsmax for their news and information. Now, AT&T owns 70% of DirecTV. They added the TPG Capital as their partner, or has a 30% stakeholder in 2021. Now, Newsmax is one of the most watched cable news channels in America. Millions of people turn to that as a source for trusted information. Now, more than ever, the American people need access to a free, fair press. I'm sure DirecTV will claim that removing Newsmax from their lineup of channels was purely a business decision. But that's very hard to accept when liberal news channels like Vice Media continue to remain in their lineup. Vice is ratings failure for DirecTV, yet they continue to profit from their relationship with DirecTV. DirecTV has publicly stated they will not grant Newsmax any cable license fees, even though it pays 22 liberal news and information channels fees, many with ratings much lower than Newsmax. Now, Newsmax did say while they were still in negotiations, we expect DirecTV and its majority owner, AT&T, to treat us on a fair and equitable basis in relation to all the channels they carry, especially after both companies deplatformed One American News last year. DirecTV has falsely claimed that media outlets and Congress that Newsmax is asking for a fee but still wants to keep a free stream on OTT platforms. That is false. DirecTV knows that no operator pays a fee while Newsmax streams free. Now, they go on to say DirecTV is moving to deplatform Newsmax by denying their cable fees on a fair and equitable basis. Despite having minuscule ratings, Vice receives fees from DirecTV that are much higher than Newsmax. We deliver Newsmax to our national base of satellite and IPTV customers today at no cost to the programmer or our customers, ultimately offering Newsmax the ability to generate considerable advertising revenue at no cost. So says a DirecTV spokesperson. We've discussed with Newsmax several occasions we'd like to offer their programming. However, the network is now seeking significant fees that we cannot pass on to our broad customer base. So very interesting. I think there's a bit of an agenda going on out there. You think? All right, Newsmax TV. All right, back at it. Good morning, Mr. Summers. Roadmaster checks in from Chillicothe, Ohio tonight. There's Rodney, hello, from Colorado with 18 degrees right now. Evan Williams getting ready for the winter storm in northern Indiana. Buckeye Boy checking in from Sterling, Virginia. 35 degrees. Had a great day with the niece and her kids. Yeah, we're going to hang out again tomorrow. Yeah, ready to get out here Thursday. Head back south to Georgia. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Marianne. Top of the morning to you, Steve, and the overnight crew. Everybody stay safe. Let's see. Brain Dead morning. Checking in on my way to Little Rock. The road's wet here. If you're planning to go west of Little Rock, please check iDriveArkansas.com or 511 for road conditions. It does not look good west in west and northwest Arkansas. Yeah, I had the Weather Channel on earlier, and they were showing, I can't remember the towns there, but yeah, they had reports of already 6 inches of that heavy, wet snow on the ground. A lot of accidents, people in the ditch. Kim says, I want to thank all the truck drivers for what they do. Thank you, Kim. Alan says, Democrats score another hit getting Newsmax off the air with DirecTV, calling it misinformation. Hello to Tracy going south on I-71 right about the Kings Island. Rain is beginning here. All right, hello to Pappy, 33, in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County. Hunker down, all you nocturnal listener. Snow is on the way to these parts. Steve, I'll keep you updated on the level of snow emergency that gets put out. Yeah, most of the schools, I think, are there any schools? I think Northwest, where the grandkids go, was one of the last to actually go ahead and call school for the day today. Early on, many of the districts were already realizing winter storm warning, 4 to 6 inches of heavy wet snow right through that morning rush hour. So they've already canceled classes for the day. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, we'll get a check-in from Sylvester in the land down under right after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I guess in time we'll get the official word. Alan chimed in. He said, referring to Newsmax, he said it went off at 12:04 a.m. Dolores just chimed in, just message. I have DirecTV. I just checked 2 minutes ago, and it's gone. It's said to download an app or get on Newsmax website to watch. So, yeah, it looks like indeed they've bumped it. And real quick, any driver traveling on I-90 through Montana, Debbie says, use extreme caution. It's snowing. It's slick. We had 2 drivers lost their lives this week when they hit ice on a bridge deck, went through the guardrail, landing upside down on the railroad tracks below. Drivers, please be safe out there. All right. Sylvester, how we been, brother?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got to start off right. How's it going, brother?
A long time no talk.
Yeah, busy, a lot of crap going on. Yeah, just lots of stuff happening, so it's been pretty hard to call in. Yeah, my roster's changed. My schedule has changed. I've got to speak American while I'm talking American. Yeah, it's been interesting. You know, I got to tell you, I really wish we had some more American work ethic down here. Oh, man. You think the millennials are bad up there as far as their work ethic goes?
Really?
Oof. Oh, man. Yep. It's tough. But anyway, in saying all of that, how you been, man?
Well, I can't complain. I'm doing well. I know. I guess you saw and heard Bubba Bo not doing well at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Sugar Bear, you mentioned. I saw that. Yeah. I mean, it's just what.
Yeah. Warren. Yeah. Yeah. That's but the thing is that this is two. I mean, I got a message today that a friend of mine from high school passed away today.
Wow.
But not only that, but a few days ago, another one, Daryl, I can't remember the surname, Patterson, passed away. Another friend of mine from high school, etc. I mean, it's just, and I was telling Susan the other day. I said, look, we've got money in the bank. Why are we working? We need to be out enjoying our lives and doing stuff together. You never know when it's going to end.
Yep.
I buried a really good friend of mine from work a couple months ago. And then another friend of mine from work, husband died just last week. It's been, dude, it's bad, and once we get to this age that we are, it really starts, they say, you go to more funerals than you do weddings,
Yep.
At our age, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of, going to funerals. And, we're traveling around the world this time. We're going to be there on the 15th is when we arrive in the States. But, we don't get to, I get to see my mom a couple of days after listen to me. My mother a couple of days after that. But, it's just, you got to look at Bubba. That guy was prolific in the industry, working with the industry for years, And I know that weekend show, a lot of us really enjoyed that. I hope you guys get a weekend show. Has there been any more movement in that regard?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah, and I actually tried to call in the last time Kyle was there, and I had not long got called in when I got another phone call where I had to deal with something and I just couldn't call back in.
Right.
So I wanted to call in and say hi to Kyle, and was that 2 weekends ago, 2 Fridays ago?
Yeah, first Friday in the month of January there, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, you were chiming in about the stay bill. Have you found the stay bill on the shelf there?
Yeah, it's available. In fact, I've actually bought some more, and I've mixed it up for my generator that I bought, and it's now sitting in the garage, ready for any kind of major storm. We got a hell of a storm here last night, and it's funny because Australians don't get how the weather is so good here. I mean, it's like right now it's 85, and this is like the hottest it gets here.
Yeah.
No, and it doesn't get colder than maybe, I don't know, in the upper 40s in the middle of winter. And, Susan has no idea what she's going to get when it could go either way at Matt, huh?
Yep.
It could be blistering hot, or it could be snowing.
Yep.
Remember that year we had the tornado hit there at Papa John's?
Absolutely. I mean, you could get a combination of all. You could have a 70-degree day on Thursday and have snow when you get up on Saturday morning. You just never know.
I know. Well, we're going to be there on the Friday. And my understanding that if you are going to be there on the Friday, I look forward to seeing, like, for example, yourself and, hopefully I'll be able to shake Mr. Kabrelchik's hand, and maybe if Kyle's there, I'll be able to shake his hand.
Yep.
Say thank you for this show. Steve, look, you've done a fantastic job in the 2 years, man. It's great to hear you. It's great to get actionable, industry-related news, weather, and updates. It's great to hear that. I miss it. I miss being able to call in more often and being able to, because I was at Bubba. I was in that the studio there at WLW a lot of times with Bubba, and man, I miss being able to do that and spend some time with you at the truck show, and see the things that go on, and we got to keep building this community. We got to build it as not just listeners, but a community.
Yes, sir.
So get involved with the Facebook pages, etc.
Yep.
But
if you got more for us, I got to hit the top of the hour break here, but I'll put you on hold. And if you got time, hang in there, or we'll chat again. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Following multiple deadly mass shootings on the West Coast, the White House is renewing calls.
President Biden urging Congress to send him an assault weapons ban.
President Biden, like most Americans, believes that this is an urgent issue.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said California Senator Dianne Feinstein reintroduced a federal assault weapons ban and legislation to raise the minimum purchase age for assault weapons to 21. I'm John Schaefer.
There are thousands of utility customers without power, and damage is being reported in the wake of a tornado that hit parts of Houston, Texas, Tuesday. This man told KPRC TV what it was like.
You just heard a big boom. The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
So far, no reports of any serious injuries. Investigators with the U.S. Justice Department now looking into classified documents that were uncovered at the Indiana residence of former Republican Vice President Mike Pence. GOP Senator Lindsey Graham reacting Tuesday.
You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. The only thing I think you'll find at my house is a bunch of Chick-fil-A bags on the floor.
Federal investigations into classified records handling are now ongoing against all three. Worth noting, the only case which has involved an FBI raid is the one involving Trump. The Biden administration will join several new states and the former Trump administration in being among those lined up against tech giant Google on antitrust grounds. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced a new federal lawsuit against Google Tuesday, accusing the tech giant
monopolizing the market for the technology used by publishers to offer ads on their websites, and monopolizing the market for the ad network technology that advertisers use to buy digital advertising space.
Attorneys for the tech company say it is a losing argument. A similar lawsuit against Google was filed by the Trump administration and several states back in late 2020. This is USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
One person dead after a small plane crashed in Indianapolis. This happened Tuesday afternoon when police say a small aircraft crashed on railroad tracks on the south side of the city near the university. Investigators are asking anyone with video footage of the incident to come forward. A former FBI agent accused of having corrupt ties to the Kremlin through a top Russian oligarch now out on personal recognizance bond after facing a judge in New York City. Correspondent Ken Delanian explains more about the case involving Charles McGonigal,
head of the Counterintelligence Division in the New York City office. And in that capacity, his job was in part to protect the United States from malign foreign influence. But what these 2 cases, one brought in New York, one brought in D.C., what they add up to is that they're accusing him of profiting from malign foreign influence.
McGonigal retired from the FBI in 2018. He could face decades behind bars if convicted. A top executive for Live Nation is coming to affiliate Ticketmaster's defense in the wake of a mishap involving an upcoming Taylor Swift concert tour. A massive ticket glitch being blamed on automated bots.
While the bots failed to penetrate our systems or acquire any tickets, the attack requires to slow down and even pause our sales. This is what led to a terrible consumer experience.
Live Nation President and CFO Jeff Burke told the Senate Judiciary Committee investigating Ticketmaster's dominance in the ticketing industry. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Shaquille O'Neal here. If you battle back or hip pain or knee or shoulder pain, you don't have to tough it out. You can just turn it off with Smart Relief from Icy Hot. You just push a button and whoosh. Smart Relief sends waves of relaxing pulses that safely block pain at the nerve level. It's simple, easy to use, and it's been clinically tested to start providing immediate relief for hours, even after you turn it off. So if you're battling pain, let Icy Hot help you win that battle. Turn on Smart Relief and turn off pain.
Use only as directed.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Here we go, hour number 2. As indeed, a little bit of rain, very light rain, beginning outside the bunker. Now we'll see when that transition occurs, if it occurs. Meanwhile, let me get right back to Sylvester. All right, thanks for hanging in there, brother.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, dude, I got to tell you, man, as I was saying, and I'm not just saying this to pump up your ego or anything like that, man. You know, I remember listening to your show. I remember listening to your dad and you, and then your show. And I got to tell you, you provide a
safety net for so many people, in that you create an engaging, inspiring, and interesting show that engaging. Did I say that already? I may have. That where it keeps the brain operating and working, keeps people awake, and in that case, while they're driving, alive. You know, this show, I cannot tell you the number of times I'd be driving across one of my least favorite stretches of the road down in Louisiana, listening into you guys before you guys were on XM, and listening through WLW, tuning it in, listening to the conversations, and it allowed me to stay awake. Now over here, I listen because it gives me a window into what's going on over there. It gives me a window that's not corrupted by the mainstream media's bias. I get to listen to the different cartoon characters. Thanks for that term. Is that Gilligan that says that? And it just allows us to connect and know really what's going on. It's fantastic. Chris Kowalczyk, has made it happen. And I just did a post on or a comment, on the Facebook comments underneath the show. If you want this show to continue, you want the show to grow, you got to do two things specifically. One, you got to support the advertisers. And what that means isn't just say, hey, isn't this great? It means go out and buy it with your dollars. The way that you're going to, and make sure that they know that when you're doing it, you're buying it because you heard it. I told the guy at BCF, that's Boating, Camping, and Fishing, BCF, that the reason why I was buying it was because of this radio program. And they're like, eh? And so I told a couple of guys, I don't know if they're going to listen. But the thing is, though, is you got to buy the products first and foremost. That's the main thing you can do, because you know as well as I do that this show, yes, it allows people to get their opinions out and they can discuss things, etc. But in reality, this show purpose is one primary thing, and that's to create ad revenue. It creates ad revenue by selling the ad space. People then buy the products, and then the companies make money. It allows us then to be able to have that event to discuss and to, like what you do, provide actionable industry-related information. Now, this may people go, yeah, well, duh, but you got to do it. You got to do it. And then the other thing is to share it everywhere. Look, I belong to a number of Facebook pages. I tried to get onto a couple of the truck driver ones here, but they did not like the fact that I was sharing your show. Yeah, I don't know why. I got kicked off 3 of them. I think some truck drivers in Australia did, start listening in. I don't know that, right? Because you can look up the people, where they're listening from. Mm-hmm. But I know that at least 2 did, because I've become friends with them. But letting people know by sharing the links to the show and to your Facebook pages helps people to get in touch with, and then of course listen and increase ad revenue. The other thing too is engage in the conversations that are going on, whether it be the commenting and discussions and things like that, but also call in people. Yeah. Look, I don't get a chance to call. This costs me money. Yeah. It costs me a lot of money to make this phone call. And I wish I could call more. It isn't the money issue. It is more the time issue. I'm so time poor now. But show up, people, if you can, to the Mid-America Trucking Show. I think this is going to be a really emotional show this year. We've lost a lot of people. It's and of course more. We're maybe between now and let's hope not.
Yeah.
But it'll give us a chance to gather together, remember, and continue the fight to get this correct information out and stop the bull crap. Okay, so I've had enough to say there. Thinking about what I've just said, though, you have to consider what and why AT&T and DirecTV are doing this. Al Jazeera television is still on there. What? You know, Al Jazeera is on there. What's wrong with this picture, Steve?
Yeah.
So what it comes down to is if they're not having subscribers pay their subscriptions, they're gonna lose money. So if you have DirecTV, I can nearly guarantee you that anything that you watch already on DirecTV is available in other sources. You don't have to have DirecTV. It's a convenience. If you want to watch something specific, i.e. Newsmax, go directly to their website and then watch them directly. I think they have an app.
Yes,
you
they
can
do.
watch them directly with the app. So you don't need DirecTV, people. If you've got a smart TV, you can actually put that app on that smart TV. For example, your app, Steve, your app can be loaded onto our smart TV, and I can listen to you, which I do often when I'm at home, through the TV. Look, people, you don't need DirecTV. Now, that's one thing. But in saying that, if we get Newsmax off of these different platforms, it makes it so that you're not sharing that information with people that don't have your opinion. In other words, you're just preaching to the choir. You actually have to directly, want to listen to it, to download it, etc. The people that are maybe a little bit neither here nor there, don't really care, they're not going to be seeing it or listening to it. So that's a problem. So it needs to be on these kind of outlets, but you don't have to have it. So I'm of two minds with this. But Steve, with your show, it's because I don't know how your growth has been. I know that you can tell with the number of people watching it. How have your numbers been going? Did it plateau? Has it plateaued? Is it continued to increase? How's it going?
Not seeing,
or can you even mention?
Yeah, not seeing the increases we saw, over the first year and a half. I guess I'd say, I got a message here from someone who just found us, I guess, here again this evening. But most of the people listen on the app, which there's well over 400 now. We'll probably be closer to 500 here. And that's where we typically get about 3 a.m. Eastern time. I have no idea how many listen via tncradio.live. Facebook normally you got, 60, 70, something like that on Facebook. So
right. Yeah, and I've tried to listen through Facebook, man. Dude, it's like I said to you that day, and I asked you, I said, are we even able to comment? It'd be good if we could have a comment. And then you said, well, you kind of are. Actually, I wasn't commenting on the thread on the show. It was actually, at least I didn't think it was. And it's so spotty sometimes. It cuts out so badly. So I, most of the time, either listen to the TV when I'm at home, or I listen on the app, which it's actually so much better than it was. It was hit and miss, 12 months, 18 months ago, but it's really improved.
Good.
So, and I'm surprised TV isn't able to give you more information.
Yeah, I haven't got anything from them. Nope. So I have no idea. I don't know. Yep.
Well, look, I'm going to let you go. I look forward to seeing you on the 31st of March. I'm probably going to get emotional when I get to see some friends. And I really look forward to shaking your hand, Steve. And man, I really look forward to it. I can't tell you how much I look forward. Do you remember what I said to you at your dad's memorial?
Oh, probably not.
Yeah, no, probably not. It's a while back. Gosh, that's almost 10 years.
It has been. It was 10 years ago. 10 years, yes. Yep.
Oh, yeah, in September. Wow. So I said to you, you are the legacy man. And I got to tell you, your dad would be proud of you. You're doing a fantastic job with this, this new type of media. And I just hope that we can continue to help support it and keep it growing. All right, brother.
Very good.
I love you, man.
Hey,
Look
thank
forward
you for
to seeing
checking
next
in.
month.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it'll be here before you know it. Safe travels. It's a long journey from the land down under to the Mid-America Truck Show, right? There you go. All right, Hillbilly Tech's on board. 42 degrees, waiting on the rain. Yeah, tipping the hat, ringing a cowbell off the exit 81, I-75 there. There you go. Morning, Tex. Who else we got there? Matthew on board, listening on the app. Good morning, everybody. Jason, morning, watching on Facebook. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 55 degrees. Yeah, good to find you again. All right. Yeah, Richard, I guess Richard was one of our YouTube viewers. Yeah, I tried to mention it as often as possible that for the YouTube viewers, well, we knew the day would come. Yeah, the censors said if you don't find us on YouTube, go to Facebook, go to the app. That's the easiest thing. Download the app, as Sylvester was just saying. You got the smartphone, the iPhone, the Android, either of the two. Go to your respective app store. It's a free download. For the iPhone app store, you type in overnightdriveradio.com. You need the .com on there. Same with the Android. What is that? The Google Play Store, I think they call it. overnightdriveradio.com. Free download. Then all you do is pick up your phone in the evening, you push one button there, the little icon on your screen, and the show is there live. Very good. All right, Santa Claus. Good morning, Steve. 48 degrees here back in Sin City, are you? Just sent you a couple of emails. I'm in the process of restoring my social media and email networks after having a couple of phones destroyed during my travels and finding out my information was not properly backed up. Oh, boy. Santa Claus out. And he goes on to say, I agree with Sylvester. Plan for tomorrow, but live for today. I'm so much more busy now that I'm 99% retired than I was when I was working 70 hours per week for the Department of Defense. All right, Santa Claus out. Tracy just checked in here. It is snowing in northern Kentucky along the 71-75 section there. So it's getting closer. The transition beginning to take place. All right, Steve, I missed your weather. Is all that coming up through Cincinnati, then up towards Columbus and Dayton, all snow? All right, Cincinnati, technically, yes, we are in winter storm warning, where they're saying we're expecting 4 to 6 inches of the heavy, wet snowfall once that transition takes place. Then, on up to from Cincinnati to Dayton, it's going to be a mess. Columbus is technically under winter weather advisory. The winter storm warnings extend right through the heart of Indiana, through much of western Ohio. Indianapolis to Toledo is going to be the really nasty stretch there. Columbus under winter weather advisories. I'll pull up what are they anticipating there as far as they're talking 2 to 4. All right, so there you go. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, quickly, shall we take a look at our severe weather side of this system that's expected to persist as these thunderstorms march east, taking aim areas from southeast Virginia all the way to northern Florida today. Some of the more intense thunderstorms will trigger damaging winds, could spawn a tornado. The storms is from Tuesday to Wednesday, packing a pretty significant amount of wind energy as it taps into all this moist air out of the Gulf of Mexico. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of feet above the ground in the jet stream, the high-speed river of air, that's going to kick up the intensity of the thunderstorms. A line of thunderstorms, some severe, will be associated with the cold front crossing Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle, and western Georgia this morning. The storms early today may actually pose the overall greatest threat for severe weather today in the southeast. Squalls, most likely in the form of a solid line of intense rain, flash flooding, and strong winds, will move from west to east, from the southern Appalachians to the I-85 corridor during the morning and midday hours today. You may even have a few rumbles of thunder, some lightning in the mix. As that squall line moves along, urban flooding, tree damage, power outages are likely, and we'll probably see some substantial highway and airline delays at some of the major hubs from Atlanta to Charlotte to Raleigh, North Carolina during the Wednesday morning and midday commute. Wet soil conditions may actually cause some of those waterlogged trees to fall over more easily versus a setup if the soil were to be dry. Can't rule out the possibility of a brief tornado spinning up anywhere along the advancing line of showers and thunderstorms today. The greatest chance of a few tornadoes would be along the northeastern Gulf Coast, talking like maybe the Big Bend area in the Florida Panhandle, over to eastern portions of North Carolina. And that could even linger until after dark in eastern North Carolina. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We got their Rambler checking in. Hello, Rambler, what's going on?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children. Glad to be on the air with you tonight, Steve, and glad to hear from Sylvester. And if we could just hear from Rain Man, that'd be pretty awesome, too. Hear from one guy from Australia, the other one from Thailand.
Yes.
So, but we're driving on our way to Off, Alabama. And if you don't know, Off, Alabama is famous for Alabama's Rattlesnake Rodeo. They have, I think, around the 1st of April every year. But you can have it. I don't like snakes. And oh, man. So that'd be one festival they won't have Brother Rambler. Unless God tells me to, I'll go there. If they want me to preach or whatever, I'll go there then. But other than that, you won't see me. And I know what the Bible says, You can do all things through Christ and tread on scorpions and tread on serpents and But still, you ain't gonna find me nowhere near a cotton picking snake. So, tell me God don't know what he's doing. You know that tornado that touched down? You gave the report in Louisiana around I-610.
Yes.
That's about where my first stop was. And that's about the time that if I was still on that route, Steve, I would be right there about that time.
Wow.
Tell me God don't know what he's doing. Got this old boy out of here. Steve, you give good weather reports, and God's children, Steve, is telling us about the weather, and he talks about storms all the time. And I know you want to just hold me over before I get into this?
Yeah,
I know you got to take a break.
News break's about a minute away, so yeah, that's we'll just do that. We'll bring you back after the news break. That gives us a chance to say hello to Debbie over in Indiana. Good morning, Steve. It's a cool 37. Now, this was back toward just before the midnight hour, about an hour and a half ago. They're in central Indiana. I'm not looking forward to all the snow we're expecting to get here today. The school district I work in has already called classes today. I did see that Tony Justice is the opening singer for the headliner, L.V. Shane, at the Mid-America Truck Show there Friday night this year. All right, let's see. Everybody stay safe out there driving tonight, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. It's looking like our Wild Wednesday is actually going to be happening. Wild Wednesday, right on the heels of Taco Tuesday.
USA News Update. There are reports of damage following a tornado in southeast Texas on Tuesday afternoon. The National Weather Service says the tornado touched down near Pasadena and traveled northeast at about 60 miles per hour. According to the Houston Chronicle, there is damage to several homes and trailers, and some structures appear to have been partially collapsed. At least one person is said to be injured. There are two new claims by New York Congressman George Santos, who previously claimed he was the target of an assassination attempt and that he was mugged in broad daylight in the summer of 2021. However, the NYPD says there's no record of that happening or an attempt on his life. In addition, there's new video of a Brazilian podcast Santos recorded last month, where in Portuguese he claims there was an attempt on his life. The nominations for the 2023 Academy Awards are out. Leading the way with 11 nominations is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. All Quiet on the Western Front has 9 nods. Elvis is in third with 8. I'm Lou Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off, let's get back to the calls. And, okay, the transition has begun. Yes, little rain stove mix outside the bunker at this hour. Oh, boy. Welcome back, Rambler.
Oh, howdy. Thank God I live in Alabama. I ain't got to deal with that snow. But, you know, if it snows down here, it is an apocalypse. I got told a story. I never met my great-granddaddy. He died in 1963. But it snowed in Mobile, Alabama back then, and he literally thought in his mind, because he had never seen snow a day in his life, I mean, he thought that, you know, this is just, for what I was told, he was like, you know what, I think Jesus is fixing to come, because he ain't never seen snow, and it was just so weird and scared him half to death. So, yeah, y'all can have it. I'm sitting here waiting on the storms to come. I'm, matter of fact, pulling into Opp, Alabama right now. But, you know, Sylvester's right, Steve. You do such a great job. And, you know, I like how, you know, your old man, he took, made a great show. And when you took it over, you made it your own, got the American Trucking Network, and it ran its course. What happened. And, you know, I love the platform you're on now, but he is right. It's going to take, you know, support. It's going to take sharing. Like right now, and at the end of this call, I'm going to get y'all to do something. I want everyone to do me a favor right now. If you have not pulled up Steve Summers, The Overnight Drive, if you're listening and you can get to your Facebook, go to the page, like it. But I want you to go and pull up Steve where you can see what Steve's wearing. Steve, I can't look at you right now. I know you're a handsome fella, but I can't look at you right now. because I'm driving. But there are several other people that can look at you right now. So I want you to pull up. Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive. Pull up and get in where you can see him on camera. And I want you to get that, and I want you just to stay tuned and don't do nothing until I tell you to. All right, God's children. Now, back to what I was saying. You give the weather reports, and man, we're very, very thankful for it. So, Steve, I want to talk to our audience tonight. Now, back to what I was saying. And I'm very sad to know what Bubba Bo's going through. I pulled up the story and I read, and it is sad. You know, I mean, the story that I read, Steve, is that poor Bubba has lost the ability to speak, walk, and everything else. And it's sad, you know. But God's children, weather reports, the weather, storms. There are many, many of our listening audience right now that are going through a storm. You hear Steve, he reads the weather. He tells what it's like going all over the country. But you know what? He tells us what it's like going all over the country, but we have no idea what it's like going on in your country. What I mean by your country, we don't know what it's like going on in your world, in your neck of the woods, in your personal life. We don't have a clue the storm you're going through. Steve, I'm going to quote a lyric. I'm not going to sing it because you don't want me to sing. I'm going to quote a song lyric that was written by Reverend Tommy Dorsey, or Tony Dorsey. It was written during a very difficult time in his life where his wife was giving birth, but she was dying at the same time, and he had to go somewhere to preach, and he was torn at what to do, and he sat down at the piano, and he began to just pick out a couple of keys, and what come together was one of the greatest gospel songs that there ever was. I love Elvis's version of it. He paid homage to this man of God who's now since left us. But one of the lyrics is, through the storm, through the night, lead us on to the light. Take my hand, precious Lord, and lead me home. God's children, I don't know what you're going through, but I do know how to pray. I don't know who's done you wrong physically. I don't know who's done you wrong mentally. I don't know who's done you wrong sexually. But you know what? God does. And I'm going to tell you right now, when it comes to storms, I never will forget. God knows what he's doing. And I can quote Romans 8:28. And we know that all things work together for good to those who love God and to those who are called according to his purpose. I never will forget. I was very, very young in the ministry. The same kind of weather we had moving in, I was in Fort Walton Beach. And I never will forget how God spoke. I could see looking out west, the thunder and the lightning. And I'm going down Beale Parkway in Fort Walton Beach. And I come to a red light. I'm getting ready to turn on to Highway 98 to go to Destin. And I kept on saying, I got to get out ahead of this storm. I got to get out ahead of this storm. And the Lord spoke in his magnificent way that he speaks. He said, instead of running from the storm, why don't you trust me and face it? And you know, the moment he said that, I looked up at the street sign. Steve, I was on Perry Avenue. Tell me God don't know what he's doing. At that very moment, I was on Perry Avenue in Fort Walton Beach when God spoke to me just like that. Sometimes you have to turn and you have to face the storm. But when you face the storm, you're never alone. Because inside of your vessel, in your ship, in your personal life, If you're saved by the blood of Christ, inside and with you is a man named Jesus. Steve, he's never lied to me. He's never lied to a lot of people. When Jesus spoke the words, I'll never leave you nor forsake you, no other words are ever so true in my life. And in yours too, and many others. God's children, this is why I pray for you. This is why when I'm making these long drives, I sit up here and I start thinking about our listeners, and I do think about you. I think about the ones who I know personally who have told me they're going through a storm. I'm going to say this person's name, and Dale Nolt. Man, I got to really know Dale. He's a good man. He had a storm, kidney cancer, had to have his kidney removed. God healed him. No chemo, no radiation. You don't tell me he had a storm? He had a storm. And he's still got a family to support. Beautiful wife, Stephanie. Beautiful son, Ashton. Good people. I got a buddy of mine, Bruce Schroer. Man, I love Brother Brucey. He follows us at the Determined Ministries Church, and he's faithful. He's there every Sunday. He's got storms. We all have storms. But when you have to turn, you have to face it. Know this. Like the old gospel song says, your cries have awoken the master. And there's a master inside your ship. And if you'll just trust him, when the waves start to rage and the thunder crashes and you feel like your ship's about to sink, when you turn and face a storm, it takes sometimes getting out of the vessel and walking on the water with Jesus and not sinking. It takes him stepping up, you allowing Jesus to step up inside of your vessel and say, peace be still. Before I get off here, I'm telling you from personal experience, God's children, if you will just let Jesus allow him to raise up in your vessel, trust him when you turn to face the storm, and allow him to come up and say, don't worry, you sit down, and let Jesus stand up and say, peace be still. You'll find no truer words. God's children, I want to say that I love you. And I want you to support this show. Now, before we go, all you that have Steve's show turned up, I want you to do me a favor. On the count of three, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Ready? On the count of three, I want everybody to hit the heart and the like emoji as quick and as fast as you can. And let's show this show some love. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Start hitting the heart and like emoji right now. Even hit the care emoji. Start doing it right now. Show Steve some love, and I'm going to show y'all some love. And that is by saying my catchphrase, and I mean every last word. Love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do, and it's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, because he'll face the storm with you, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Steve, I love you, brother. God bless you, my man.
Thank you for checking in, Rambler. And sadly, I can't pull up I can't pull up the Facebook because the audio would come through and it'd be overlapping. Yeah, I could view, but if I clicked up to where I could see the hearts and the emojis, so I don't know, maybe I can go back and watch the replay later. Hopefully we got a lot of hearts, a lot of love. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Let me get to 5-7. Been hanging in there for forever and a day. Hey there.
Oh, pretty good. Just wanted to bring up some of our friends from the past that showed up. And, I'm sitting there listening and watching TV. They brought up 6 pictures of some young people. One's from Georgia. The others are all from the Northeast. And they're from college, liberal colleges. Many are very doctors, families, they've lived a very privileged lifestyle. And, they got arrested for setting fires down here in Atlanta. The cruiser on fire. You know, it costs money to replace them. It costs tax money. And one less cruiser, I imagine in the city of Atlanta, they just don't go buy cruisers that are very expensive. They just don't buy a bunch of them to sit around. Every single one of them has a purpose. And, that cruiser's gone. It's got to be replaced. Obviously, there was, they were trying to set restaurants on fire. I get it. Where America protest is a part of what we do. But as soon as you break a window, it becomes a riot. And that's bottom line. So I think, anything the police did at the time in my book was, Walter Brennan said it back in the day. You'd never dream that, because the characters he played, he said Southside L.A., the best way to handle that was to bring for the police to bring machine guns. You did never dream he said that. But, I'm sitting there, and now I want you to put this, I'm just putting this together. All of a sudden, you ain't heard these people, this group, for 2 years because the Democrats got a hold of their power. Well, all of a sudden, the Republicans have the House, and they're moving on this. They're moving on the Democrats to bring out the truth. And ironically, your story talking about taking Newsmax off was interesting because a commentator on CNN, of course, who hears that? Nobody listens to CNN. But they made an issue of a commentator on CNN said the only violence he's seen was the police beating up protesters. Well, they weren't. When they were being arrested, they weren't complying, so they were fighting. You fight a cop, I'm sorry, you don't comply, hopefully you don't die. But their job is to control the situation, to take control. We as American citizens gave them the uniform. They can legally carry that badge, the gun, the mace, and it's there so they can control the situation. You deny them that, then they are authorized to work these measures. But it's just odd that out of nowhere, and they're moving. You got the papers for Biden. It's all falling apart on him. It's falling apart on the Democrats right now. And all of a sudden, our friends at Antifa show up, and it's who paid for the trip down here. And like I said last night, I still want to know who paid for the bricks back in the day. Right. I mean, it's easy. They're easy to track down. So, by the way, one of them that was arrested, that I understand on the news, was arrested earlier, brought in, bailed out, and he got arrested again. So, it looks like what they're facing right now, I guess, with multiple crimes. Some of these little rich kid college boys, and I hate to say, hey, they might be facing some real time, except for one problem. We've got somebody up there in the Injustice Department, and we got somebody up there in the FBI who are not interested in justice. So, maybe not. We'll see how. You just have to let it go. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it'll be different if the prosecution's right there in Georgia, and I don't know. We're going to see. But just thought it was interesting that you said that they DirecTV takes down a Newsmax conservative site, but yet nobody's listening to CNN, but they still let this this stupid stuff come out. That the only violence they saw was coming from the police. I just don't know what to tell you. If you're a store owner, a restaurant owner, you put your life into that. You put your your wealth into that. You've got you've got people that work for you. They have jobs. You're messing with people's lives. So it's not a victimless crime. And I hate to hear anybody else say this. When you hear a person, especially Antifa or any of them, and they say, well, that's okay, they have insurance. Well, guess what? But they keep doing on this insurance. Before long, it's going to cost us all out of the back pocket, because the insurance, or they're just not going to be able to open these stores back up, restaurants back up. It's our city's going to turn into antique shops, I guess. But it's not a victimless crime.
Yeah.
What I seen on the TV, that was just sad. But hey, you know what? I said it before the election. I said, get ready if we take the House, the Senate, and the House. I guarantee you, we're going to see Antifa stick its ugly head back up, that snake, and there's a good reason, because they are the brown shirts for the Democrat Party. So just sit back, and I guess we got to expect the battle to go on. And other than that, that's all. I just wanted to bring that to light. Ain't happy about it, but you know what? We've got Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We're like Sylvester said, man, it's worldwide information that's getting out there that a lot of people, mainly people listening to CNN, are just not getting. And I think they're not getting, they don't want to know the truth. So if you want to know the truth, you got to listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. So this is 5-7. We're going to sit back and copy the mail.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Hello to, Big Sexy sends me a couple of links here. Arkansas, I guess you got a mess. Yeah, he said South Side in Independence County. They had already 3 inches as of like 8:45 p.m. Fulton County, Arkansas, about around 9 p.m. A major highway had to close due to the weather. According to a social media post from the Sheriff's Department, Highway 63 from Hardy to Mammoth Spring shut down. Multiple vehicles and 18-wheelers being stuck, blocking the highway there. Scooter checks in via email. By the way, email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Getting some flurries here in the Lima area at this point. Everybody drive safe. All right, Woodpecker checking in. 32, no snow yet here in Coldwater, Michigan. I just wanted to pass on Donald Trump Jr. has a new podcast called Triggered on Rumble that started on the 23rd. A couple days ago. All right. Thank you for the heads up there, Woody. Have a great morning. There's Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. We've got 29 degrees. They're talking 3 to 5 inches by Wednesday evening here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Snow's supposed to start coming down about 4 a.m. Everybody be safe. If you have to drive on the wet, slick roads, I'll be tuned in. All right, then Robert. All right. Hey, Steve, wanted to say that I've listened to you for years and your father. I do a dedicated route at night. I listen to you all the time when I get a chance. Just left Columbia, Missouri, headed toward Louisville. It's got the mixtures, snowing, a little rain mixed in, temperature hovering right around 35. Maybe some night I'll call in. Love the show. Keep up the good work. God bless all the hard-working truck drivers out there. All right, thank you from Robert, Columbia, Missouri. A couple others quickly here as we head toward news break. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Stay safe during the winter storm, says Big John. Santa Claus with 48 degrees in Sin City. We're going to do a 20K mile fly road trip. Have the mother-in-law with us. Just celebrated her 90th birthday a couple days ago. So we're checking off a few things to do and people to meet on her bucket list. Very good. All right. Well, happy 90th birthday there. Yeah, Santa Claus out. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Dingbat is on board. If you got, been hanging in there. Wow. Okay. We'll get to Pappy coming up here, but we're only a minute from the news break. So let's quickly check the prices at the pump. Got the latest numbers from ProMiles this week. National diesel average prices down about 2 cents from last week. So our national average, again, according to ProMiles, now at $4.61 per gallon. A majority of regions did see a decrease in pricing, the largest coming in the central Atlantic, down just over 9 cents. East Coast region down 4 cents. New England was down 3.2. The only regions that saw higher prices this week were actually the Gulf Coast, just over a penny increase. The Rocky Mountain also just over a penny. So with the price per gallon of $4.19, the Gulf Coast region maintains the lowest average around the country. So there you go, $4.61 the national average, $4.35 the running price in the Midwest, $4.19 the Gulf Coast. California hangs in there at $5.65 per gallon. And it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Following multiple deadly mass shootings on the West Coast, the White House is renewing calls.
President Biden urging Congress to send him an assault weapons ban.
President Biden, like most Americans, believes that this is an urgent issue.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said California Senator Dianne Feinstein reintroduced a federal assault weapons ban and legislation to raise the minimum purchase age for assault weapons to 21. I'm John Schaefer.
There are thousands of utility customers without power, and damage is being reported in the wake of a tornado that hit parts of Houston, Texas, Tuesday. This man told KPRC-TV what it was like.
You just heard a big boom. The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
So far, no reports of any serious injuries. Investigators with the U.S. Justice Department now looking into classified documents that were uncovered at the Indiana residence of former Republican Vice President Mike Pence. GOP Senator Lindsey Graham reacting Tuesday.
You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. The only thing I think you'll find at my house is a bunch of Chick-fil-A bags on the floor.
Federal investigations into classified records handling are now ongoing against all three, Worth noting, the only case which has involved an FBI raid is the one involving Trump. The Biden administration will join several new states and the former Trump administration in being among those lined up against tech giant Google on antitrust grounds. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced a new federal lawsuit against Google Tuesday, accusing the tech giant
monopolizing the market for the technology used by publishers to offer ads on their websites, and monopolizing the market for the ad network technology that advertisers use to buy digital advertising space.
Attorneys for the tech company say it is a losing argument. A similar lawsuit against Google was filed by the Trump administration and several states back in late 2020. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
One person dead after a small plane crashed in Indianapolis. This happened Tuesday afternoon when police say a small aircraft crashed on railroad tracks on the south side of the city near the university. Investigators are asking anyone with video footage of the incident to come forward. A former FBI agent accused of having corrupt ties to the Kremlin through a top Russian oligarch now out on personal recognizance bond after facing a judge in New York City. Correspondent Ken Delanian explains more about the case involving Charles McGonigal,
head of the Counterintelligence Division in the New York City office. And in that capacity, his job was, in part, to protect the United States from malign foreign influence. But what these 2 cases, one brought in New York, one brought in D.C., what they add up to is that they're accusing him of profiting from malign foreign influence.
McGonigal retired from the FBI in 2018. He could face decades behind bars if convicted. A top executive for Live Nation is coming to affiliate Ticketmaster's defense in the wake of a mishap involving an upcoming Taylor Swift concert tour. A massive ticket glitch being blamed on automated bots.
While the bots failed to penetrate our systems or acquire any tickets, the attack requires to slow down and even pause our sales. This is what led to a terrible consumer experience.
Live Nation president and CFO Jeff Burke told the Senate Judiciary Committee investigating Ticketmaster's dominance in the ticketing industry. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to Timothy. Tim the pilot is on board. who says, good evening, Steve. Just checking in from the Detroit area as we wait for our snowstorm to arrive soon. I've been off for a few days, and I'm itching to get back in the Silver Bird soon. Everybody in that winter weather, drive safe. If you want some good weather sites, check out my webpage, TimmyThePilot.com. Timmy, Timmy, TimmyThePilot.com. She's got a lot of good weather info there. I'll check that out, Timmy. Eskimo Mom said the wind's picking up, snow starting to fall by the Indiana-Ohio line. Yeah, the snow's flat out. It's the transitions occurred over the past hour. It's flat out snowing. It's coming down pretty good clip. All right, good to have Elliot on board from Monroe, Ohio. Hey, Mike. And there's Billy Lennox. Good morning, Steve. 31 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Be careful, all you overnight drive folks, and happy hump day. Dingbat, thanks for hanging in there. What's happening?
What? Nothing much, you?
Oh, just playing radio. Getting ready to get the snow shovel out.
Radio. I can't say that because there's no snow yet.
No?
I can't say that. It's just about rain.
So Memphis, you're not supposed to see anything but rain, right?
But rain.
Nothing but rain. Okay.
You know how we in Memphis, we freak out if we hear the word snow.
Yeah.
We'll start shutting down and everybody freaking out.
So how's things been going, Dingbat? Haven't checked in a while. You doing all right? How's the knee? Give us an update on the knee.
Well, I got to do intense therapy because he thinks my knee surgery's not accepting it. But he said if I do well physical therapy, then that'd be good. But if I don't, then he's got to go more shaving in.
Oh, boy.
But so far, I talked to my boss. She said my job is still there. I can start Monday, but she'll start light work on me. But she understands the therapy.
Mm-hmm.
So other than that, just chilling at the house and waiting for Brain Dead to get home because I'm going dingbat crazy already.
Dingbat crazy. So what time's he get home?
11 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so he's due right about now then.
Well, tomorrow morning.
Oh, 24 hours from now.
Yeah. Well, it's 11 o'clock my time.
Yeah, I got you.
Central Daylight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so other than that, I got him sick, he got me sick, then I passed it right on back to him.
That's what he said. And he said Christmas is over. It's not, no more gifts.
But if he didn't get well by Sunday, it'd been a holy night, a silent holy night.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to call and check in and see how everybody's doing.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Dingbat. Yeah, be safe there. Enjoy the rain, I guess. I mean, at least you don't have to worry about shoveling the driveway.
Right. But other than that, like I said, I'm just sitting at the house going dingbat crazy.
Okay. Well, tell Brain Dead we said hello and be safe out there.
I sure will.
All right. Checking in from somewhere right there around Memphis, Tennessee. And 844-844-3388. Let me see what's going on with Pappy. Are we out there working in it tonight, or you got the night off?
Yeah, I'm watching it snow, Steve, from the comfort of the inside of a car. How about it?
Okay.
Yeah, I got a question for you, though. If I call in and I'll hold for like 50 minutes, and I got to take a call from the lieutenant and hang up on you, and I call back, do I get put at the back of the line, or do I just get moved up?
No, if I see someone's been hanging on, I bump them back. I bumped you right back to the top. Yes.
You're a good man. No, I think the east side of the county is getting it worse than we are right now, Steve. That's the word. I still got 34 degrees on this thermometer in this cruiser, so I don't know. We'll probably be doing the old level 2 here once we get about 1 or 2 inches on the ground. So, but hey, man, nice call from Sylvester.
Yeah.
Ain't heard from him a while. Steve, you know what? Let's give Sylvester the big cookie for tonight. I mean, that was a nice call, man. He was genuine and sincere, and I don't know. I enjoyed his call tonight. So if he's still listening, we're going to send the big cookie down the down under.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, Steve, we talked about it a little bit last week. We were speaking a little bit about tonight. The World Economic Forum, Steve, they are full-blown, hammered down on this disinformation, misinformation, right? They're taking it a step further. They are trying to turn this into a criminal act. Steve, I know I got you breathless there, didn't I? For real, Steve.
You mean holding what? Conservative views would be like a criminal act?
If you come out against their narrative and say anything what they want to call hate speech even,
yeah.
Mark my words, Steve, it's coming. They're already doing it over in Europe, okay? It's coming here. There was saw a gentleman, it wasn't Carl Schwab, I forget what his name was, but he leaned over to the American counterpart that was sitting next to him when he made the comment that this disinformation and misinformation, should be criminalized, it's kind of over here and it should be coming to the United States soon. And he reached over to the counterpart. I'm telling you, Steve, they're going to try to make some of this criminal.
Wow.
Just mark my words. In other words, you come out saying anything against, I don't know, let's just say the word the vaccine, come out with some disinformation against it. They're going to try to have you arrested. I sent you an email a few nights ago. Tucker Carlson had, man, my sometimers is kicking in. Candace Owens on the show.
Okay.
Where the Congress, the Democrats, are trying to get what they call hate speech a criminal offense. And the way they were wording this was that even though you don't come out and call for direct violence against somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you make some comments that somebody could maybe take out of context or do. And dude, it won't pass. But the fact that I sent you a screenshot of Tucker's headline there with Candace Owens. It was several nights ago.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm just saying, man, be prepared. Steve, there was a lady. Tell me if you heard this. I don't know if I brought it up on the show or not. There was a lady over in the UK that was standing across the street from an abortion clinic, right? Police got called. They asked her what she was doing. And they flat out asked, were you praying? She goes, well, silently to myself. Steve, they arrested her. Arrested that woman for praying across the street from a abortion clinic. Now, supposedly they said that the area in which she was in, you were not allowed to hold any demonstrations.
Yeah.
Okay? So no protesting or anything. Steve, she was just standing there praying to herself. And when they questioned her about her praying, even though it was to herself, she wasn't saying anything out loud, they considered that a demonstration and they arrested her. Took her in.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Steve, there was a quote. I'm going to read it to you real quick. I had to write it down to make sure I get this right. And then see if you can tell me who said this. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who do nothing about it. Albert Einstein.
Really?
Steve, what gets me is when we see these activists, right, marching for abortion, it's the way they conduct themselves. It's like they are celebrating the death of these babies, or, you know, to be able to abort, right? And some of the activities that they are doing. I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff that they are doing, some of the stuff they're wearing. It's just flat out. What are you people nuts? Seriously, are you evil? For some of the conduct that they are doing during some of these protests. Steve, I'm not even going to say it over the air. Some of the videos I've seen. It's that disgusting. So that, mentioned it the other night, man. There's something in the air. There's something going on, and everybody knows it. Everybody can feel it. You know, we know it. Everybody's talked about it. It's been going on for quite some time. We're in an altered reality, altered universe here.
Backwards world.
Too many things. Yes, sir. And, man, I'll get off of here real quick. I just want to say one thing, Stephen. You know, man, listen, I'm not, real religious guy, man. I'm not,
right.
One of these, but, I believe in Jesus and the Lord and whatnot. But when I was a teenager, my sister was dating a kid, and his parents were real religious. And we got in this conversation about the second coming of Christ. And he was telling me, he goes, you will know when he's getting ready to come. He said, because things will start happening that don't make sense. Up will seem as down, down will seem as up. He even made the comment that the rocks will start talking to you. Weird stuff, right, is going to start happening. And Steve, we are seeing some weird stuff. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. With that said, man, good call by Rambler too. Good call, man. We're all with him. We're with you, Rambler. With or without the devil's lettuce, babe. We're hanging in there.
That's right.
All right, Steve. Have a good night, man. We get to that level 2, I'll send you an email.
All right. We'll pass it on. Thank you very much. Look at it, 19 past the hour. Well, we talked a few nights ago about anxiously, or maybe not, anticipating where will the doomsday clock go? Are we getting closer to that midnight hour? We got the official numbers this past day. We'll pass it on just ahead.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, the rest of the story. Here we go. The doomsday clock moved forward to 90 seconds to midnight this past day. Yeah, largely over the increased risk of nuclear escalation amid Russia's nearly year-long invasion of Ukraine, the symbolic countdown clock is now, they tell us, the closest it has ever come to midnight. Yeah, a metaphor for global catastrophe. Yeah, the clock is set annually by the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, a nonprofit organization. We are living in a time of unprecedented danger, and the doomsday clock time reflects that reality, according to Rachel Bronson, president and CEO of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, in a statement yesterday. The U.S. government, its NATO allies, and Ukraine have a multitude of channels for dialogue. We urge leaders to explore all of them to their fullest ability to turn back the clock. The clock had previously spent the last 2 years at 100 seconds to midnight. The last time the clock actually ticked away from midnight was in 2010, when the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists hailed progress toward nuclear arms reduction and international pledges to limit climate warning emissions. We go back to 1947. The clock started out at 7 minutes to midnight. It reached a maximum of 17 minutes to midnight in 1991, after the U.S. and Soviet Union signed the Nuclear Reduction Treaty. Now, aside from the Ukraine war, other factors in the clock moving forward this year, and I told you when we shared this a few nights ago that they've added some categories. Climate change. The World Health Organization meeting was going on, or the World Economic Forum, was going on, and climate change was front and center. So based on that, we're probably going to see the clock ticking closer to midnight. Increased biological threats, laboratory accidents, as well as disinformation and disruptive technology. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists highlighted China's development of surveillance technology in the Xinjiang province of having disturbing implications, a distinct threat to civil society. They also stated that China's considerable expansion of their nuclear capabilities, while refusing to provide transparency, could have unpredictable consequences when it comes to the stability of the world. 90 seconds to the midnight hour. All right, hello to Bolt. Good morning. Bolt checks in 31 at the home 20. We've got a clear night for now. We await some snow that is coming our way. Safe travels to all that have to be out and about in this weather. Stay safe, stay warm out there. All right, thank you very much, Bolt. Thanks for checking in. Then we've got, all right, they turned over the COVID vaccine mandate for the military personnel here just a couple of weeks ago. It's no longer required, right? What about those service members who had already been booted from the military? Now, this kind of defies what's going on. Service members who were fired for refusing to comply with the vaccine mandate are now being forced, they say, to pay back their original recruitment bonuses, which they say is a kick in the face after years of dedicating their lives to protecting the country. One former Army soldier who was fired for refusing to get the vaccine last May, tells Fox News that he's going to have to pay back his original signing bonus upon his termination because he did not complete the commitment in his contract. Now, he had signed a contract with the Army for 6 years, receiving a $7,000 bonus. However, because he fell short of the 6 years, the military notified him that he owed the government a prorated amount of slightly over $4,000. In order to pay it back, he ended up having to sell 60 of his unused vacation days to cover the amount he owed. He said, this is the final kick in the face. I've deployed multiple times, and I feel the last thing I had was selling leave days that I earned and was never able to take due to me being deployed or needed that time to prepare for the training cycle. I was about to enter the new world with no income, and that extra bit would have been a nice buffer in my rainy day fund to keep me afloat until I was able to find new employment. Now, the Department of Defense continues to fall short on reestablishing trust for wrongdoings. This is just another example of that, according to another service member. Recouping the signing bonus is the icing on the cake of the Pentagon's treatment of the troops, said another. Will there be an outrage forthcoming? Will they change their minds on this? Or I guess we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, we have to get to the news break here as we hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. There are reports of damage following a tornado in southeast Texas on Tuesday afternoon. The National Weather Service says the tornado touched down near Pasadena and traveled northeast at about 60 miles per hour. According to the Houston Chronicle, there is damage to several homes and trailers, and some structures appear to have been partially collapsed. At least one person is said to be injured. There are two new claims by New York Congressman George Santos. He previously claimed he was the target of an assassination attempt and that he was mugged in broad daylight in the summer of 2021. However, the NYPD says there's no record of that happening or an attempt on his life. In addition, there's new video of a Brazilian podcast Santos recorded last month, where in Portuguese he claims there was an attempt on his life. The nominations for the 2023 Academy Awards are out. Leading the way with 11 nominations is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. All Quiet on the Western Front has 9 nods. Elvis is in third with 8. I'm Lou Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, under the industry headlines, the Wichita Police Department kind of went viral with a Facebook post talking about driver obligations for merging onto a highway or interstate. Do you know the proper procedure? Wichita Police shared a Facebook post from their official page reminding drivers that vehicles that are already on the roadway are not obligated to move over to allow other vehicles to merge. Traffic tip of the day, they said, while it's certainly courteous driving for the blue car to move over if able to do so safely. You have to see the graphic they shared. You've got the interstate lanes, which would be the blue lines. You've got the merging lane, which they depicted as the red line. The red car is the one required to adjust to traffic and merge when able. More than 43,000 Facebook users liked the post. You're nice when you allow someone in, but you're not legally obligated to. The merging traffic has a yield sign for a reason. And if the sign isn't there, they still legally must yield until there's room to merge safely, said one comment. Another says, adjust to traffic does not mean staying at 45 miles per hour and attempting to merge in, nor does it mean coming to a complete stop at the bottom of the ramp, right? Pet peeves for some people. Thank you for the public service announcement. I'm not sure people understand the rules of the road anymore. Hopefully this will help. And final post said, at the end of the day, it's red's job to merge. That doesn't mean blue can't be courteous and help make room if possible, right? Yes, very true. All right. Is there any courtesy on the roadways anymore? Hey, what day is it? Oh, my computer didn't pick you up. Let's try again. Take two. There we go.
There you go. It works better when I get the beep. I kind of got a static but no beep. But yeah, so blue shouldn't be like jamming on their brakes and jack up the whole road because
trying to let somebody
wants
in.
to get on the highway. Yeah. It's red's responsibility to accelerate and get up to the speed of traffic to make a smooth merge. I mean, nobody ever really says that. It's their responsibility to move, merge in when they get, red's responsibility to merge in when they have the room to do it. But they're also supposed to be accelerated up to the highway speed so they make a smooth merge in so that they don't, jack up traffic when they cut in. And but yeah, as far as me getting out of anybody's way now, for the most part, I pretty much don't. I maintain my speed, I maintain my lane, and when you're getting on, you either make sure you get up to speed and go faster to get in front of me, or slow down and then try to maintain your speed to get in behind me. And that's kind of the way it works.
Yep.
Because, I don't know. I can't be out in the other lanes of traffic anymore because I'm not fast enough. I can only drive the speed limit. So deal with it. Same way for the people that decide to get off an exit from being 3 lanes to the left and think it's their right to cut across 4 lanes of traffic to exit across the white line into the signs and the guide rails as they flip over end as they run into the guardrails. But that's a whole nother story in itself. But yeah, hey, maybe we should do, hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Already, yeah. Hey, happy hump day.
Snowmageddon. This is Snowmageddon of 2023. So, anyways, there. So, a little while back there, I don't know if it was beginning of the week or the end of last week, I saw they were talking about some vaccinations. Can we say the word vaccinations, or
yes.
does that put us in jail? I'm not sure. Anyways, they're talking about the flu shot and stuff, and the flu shot is developed from what they have over in the Far East in like the spring and summer. They have the flu over there, so they develop what they think is going to be our flu.
The strain.
So, yeah. So now they're saying that they want to take and see which variant is happening over in the East in the early spring and summer over there. And they want to make a vaccination every year for that variant of COVID that they think is going to come here. So you're going to go get your COVID preventative vaccination, like your flu shot, your COVID shot, and on the assumption of what it might be. Does that sound good?
Yeah, well, they've been guessing. They've guessed their best for years on the. Typically, we've got three different regular old flu. Influenza A, influenza B. I think they all have for years. They've had what was that H1N1 or something variant of flu that came around that was supposed to be the end of it all.
Yeah.
But.
So anyways, I just thought that was pretty kind of. And when do you think they'll just decide? Well, it's easier if we just do this vaccination in one injection. So maybe we'll just combine the COVID and the flu, and you'll just get one-stop shopping and just come in and get it all at once. So, but anyways, hey, speaking of vaccinations, so I go in and get my annual wellness visit for the insurance deal there, because you're supposed to get checked up every year, and the insurance says they'll pay for a wellness check for you once a year. And so anyways, I ended up with a different person than normal, and I don't think my wellness physical was as good as a DOT physical this year. I don't know. I just wasn't real impressed by the person that did it. So, anyways, but they recommended I get the pneumonia shot, pneumonia or
Right.
something like that.
Yeah.
So, anyways, and they said, because I'd already started to have one, because I guess the previous one, the older one there, was a 2-part deal. You get one, and then you go a long while there, and then you get a second one, a booster, to be good for the rest of your life. But now like the shingles, there's new and improved vaccination out there. So the new one, it doesn't matter that you got the old one, but the new one is a one-time deal. So you don't ever have to get a booster for it, so they say now.
Okay.
So anyways, all right, hey, I really don't need pneumonia, and did the shingles and all that. So we'll go with the pneumonia thing. And so anyways, we get the settlement thing, the sheet that shows the charges that were charged to the insurance company, and then what the insurance company allows for payment and all that. And do you have any idea what they wanted for the pneumonia shot? A little vaccination. Now this needle was so small, I could barely see the needle, and I never felt it go in my arm.
Wow.
Do you have any idea what they charged for that injection?
I bet you can tell me. What is it? I have no idea.
$800. 800.
Wow, really?
$800 for one vaccination. What is up with this world, Your Honor? $800 for a pneumonia vaccination.
Well, that's because the insurance company covers most of it, or did they cover all of it, or do you know?
I am not sure. I didn't see it. The wife told me what they charged, wanted to charge. So I don't know what the allowable amount was and what they paid as the allowable amount. But there was, they paid 100% of whatever the allowable amount was. But yeah, that's it. Yep, your insurance, you're paying insurance is allowing all this to happen. But anyways, I don't know. So then the next thing, the wife's like, well, you probably didn't really need that yet. And she's looking it up, and she's saying, yeah, recommended age for the pneumonia shot is 65. So it's like, why did I get it 10 years? I don't know. Doctors and people, I just know kickback,
Yeah.
that they're getting money back from these corporations, that if you promote our shots and you give out our shots, we'll make sure that you get, your BMW or your Mercedes or whatever. And I don't know. The conspiracy theories out there, Your Honor. How do these people drive these nice cars like that when they work for these places? But anyways, but I will say that the shingles, if you have not gotten the shingles, make your own choice. I won't tell you to get it. Make your own choice. But I told you a while back, a friend of mine got shingles, and he had it across his head and around his neck and his face. And I told you he got an infection in behind his eye. They actually had to go in and do surgery. And now, anybody with a queasy stomach, turn your radio off. Turn your radio off for 30 seconds. Don't listen if you got a queasy stomach and can't handle medical things. They actually had to go in, take his eye out, reattach his retina, and put his eye back in, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Because this infection, even though he was trying to get injections to clear up the infection, it started to bring the retina loose from the eye, and they had to go in and reattach it.
Wow.
So if anybody's turned the radio off now,
Yeah, turn it back on.
Turn it back on. I won't say turn it back on now because you can't hear me tell you to turn it on. But yeah, so make a wise choice. Do some investigation, because my friend who doesn't like injections and doesn't like shots says that compared to what he's gone through, the shingles, 2 shots of shingles vaccination would have been well worth it compared to what he's been through.
I would say, yeah.
Just make your own decision. And I won't tell you to do it, but I've done it. he got a little sick from it, had a little fever, chills, both injections, felt crappy the next day, but I don't know. Everybody reacts different, but your personal choice is out there, and I don't know. As I say, I'm just throwing it out there for you to investigate.
Sure. Yep.
Make your own choice. But anyways, I don't know. I guess I've rambled on about enough of all that stuff. Just waiting for the impending white death. You are sending impending white death, aren't you? I see a snowplow on the side of the road waiting.
I thought, the D.C. area, I thought you were supposed to be more or less just the rain side, aren't you? Or...
Well, the I-95 always seems to be the dividing line. So we had snowplows out here on the shoulders of I-95. So we apparently have at least impending white death to the west of 95, north and west of 95.
Okay, yeah, you got winter weather advisories for a good chunk of Pennsylvania anyway. It's western Maryland, but yeah, along the Maryland-PA line, yeah, you got winter weather advisories there. Sure do.
Okay, and I heard there's something about that the Pennsylvania has got the restrictions set up to begin at some point for the empty trucks,
empty trailers,
bobtail trucks, motorcycles.
I haven't seen that yet. I wouldn't be surprised. I'll have to check on that when that kicks in.
Yep. So yeah, Pennsylvania, I'm sure is going to have all that in. My boss was up in northern Pennsylvania, up there around Lobster Land, and he said there was signs up there that it was going to be imposed at some point in the near future. So be prepared.
Gotcha.
So, of course, Lobster Land is up there, around Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, up there on 81 Mountaintop. So, speaking of lobster, I see him post every now and then, that bimbo driver that he is.
But he never calls in, does he?
No. Him and his little wiener schnitzel dogs there. So, anyways, all right, we'll let you go with that, Your Honor, and yeah, I guess we'll chat at you later, and you can go out and do your due diligence of what it is.
Find a more intelligent caller. It is 844-844-3388. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, here you go, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Horse Feathers just mentioned that indeed in preparation for the snowy conditions and the cold temperatures across most of PA. Here for Wednesday, Various speed and car restrictions will be implemented. Crews have been pre-treating roadways ahead of the storm. With the freezing temperatures, roads that look wet may actually be icy. All right, use caution on the bridges and ramps and all that good stuff. Tier 1 restrictions go in place at 6 a.m. this morning, a little over 3 hours from now, the 25th of January. I-80 from I-79 to I-180. I-76, the PA Turnpike from New Stanton to Breezewood, and the entire length of I-99. Tier 1 restrictions go into place at the noon hour Wednesday for a number of others. I-80 from 180 to the New Jersey border, 81 from 78 to the New York border, the entire length of 84, the entire length of 380, and I-476, the PA Turnpike Northeast extension from 78 to 81, a.k.a. Clark's Summit. Now, what is a Tier 1 restriction? That would be the following vehicles are not permitted on the affected roadways I just mentioned there. Tractors without trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded enclosed trailers, open trailers or tank trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded tandem trailers, enclosed, unloaded, or lightly loaded cargo delivery trucks, box trucks that meet the definition of a commercial motor vehicle, any passenger vehicle towing a trailer of any kind, recreational vehicles and motorhomes, school buses, commercial buses, and motor coaches, all not to be on the roadways under the Tier 1 restrictions. Now, they go through the Tier 2 and the Tier 3. I won't bore you with all that, but everything I just mentioned is all Tier 1. And I do know, and if you're not aware from past experience, state police will be out there enforcing these vehicle restrictions. A lot of drivers find themselves getting a pretty hefty fine. They say, well, I couldn't find a safe haven. They say, well, that's not my problem, that's yours. You had plenty of advance notice, because, again, some of these kick in at 6 a.m., but the noon hour, the bigger restrictions will be in place. Find a place to park before the restrictions kick in. Now, I don't know. How do you find out when they've been lifted? I guess you got to go to the PA website about the road conditions to see when they lift those restrictions, right? All right, let's see what's going on. Is that Gilligan, per se? I believe it is.
Yeah, this is Gilligan. You cut out when you said that. It's typical Pennsylvania, just like New York. Close the roads, I don't get this. I've run through some nasty snow in my life. It's what I do. I don't have to run in that heavy stuff, and I'm glad of it. I paid my dues over the years running through the snow. That means I've been in some really bad spots, especially out in Iowa when I was going Flatbed years ago. Thanks for having me on, Steve. You was talking there about people merging onto the interstate and how that study, about the red and the blue car and all that.
Yep.
Hey, I try to get over. I try to give certain people a break. I'm driving a slow truck. But I still try to be courteous. But let's face it, there's some out there, you ain't got nowhere to go. They still expect you to slam on the brakes and let them in.
Mm-hmm.
And all this. I mean, it's courtesy goes both ways. It's like earlier tonight. This is another merge situation going into construction. There's the big flashing yellow arrow there, the big Indian. There, left lane closed. There's been 5 signs up 5 miles back about the left lane closing. 5 miles ahead, the big orange signs and everything. We had a couple bozos come up the left lane, and the one that got up to the air, he literally started moving into my lane as I'm going by him. He thought I was supposed to just let him in front of me.
Right.
Now, how crazy is that? We're talking another truck, another tractor trailer. yellow arrow painted there. I mean, the level of drivers' good courtesy has declined so much in the last 23 years I've been driving. It's astounding. And I mean, the drivers coming out here on the road in four-wheelers and such, it's just amazing how the people have no courtesy for each other. I understand horse feathers frustration about, I'm not going to move over. They have to yield, but I haven't got to that point yet. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt, you know. But I tell you what, it's just downright crazy, and the accidents we see because of that, you know, I have a stretch of road here that going on 5 years ago now, I literally had the truck come around me, there run me off the road. Those of you who've been up 220 outside of Martinsville, that mess turns all the way up through there past the truck stop down there. You know, he there run me off the road. I got around him on a short little steep hill, that was road light. And you know, it was about, probably 40 miles up the road, just past a town called Boots Hill.
Mm-hmm. Well, hold that thought, Gilligan. I got to hit the news break here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Vice President Harris is set to visit her home state of California on Wednesday following multiple deadly mass shootings. In a tweet, Harris says she'll be visiting Monterey Park to stand and mourn with the community. That's where 11 people were killed during a Lunar New Year's celebration over the weekend. 2 days later, at least 7 people were fatally shot when a gunman opened fire at 2 different locations in Half Moon Bay, south of San Francisco. One person also died in the shooting late Monday in Harris's hometown of Oakland. Democrats and Republicans were able to unite on concerns and chastisement for Ticketmaster yesterday after the botched Taylor Swift sale last year. Jared Rizzi has more.
Live Nation President Joe Berchtold to the Senate Judiciary Committee said professional scalpers and bots manipulating online systems compromised the Swift tour sale back in November.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift.
But for years, the monopolistic arrangement enjoyed by Live Nation and Ticketmaster, where the company is often simultaneously the promoter, venue, and ticketing agent, can lead to a bad experience for artists and fans. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
Classified documents have been found at former Vice President Pence's Indiana home. As a result, the Department of Justice and FBI have launched a probe into how the documents wound up at Pence's home. The discovery comes as separate investigations are happening into classified documents found at the residence of President Biden and former President Trump. On that note, House Oversight Chairman James Comer said that Pence's document probe isn't the same as Biden's. The Kentucky Republican insisted the Biden White House keep withholding information from Congress and the American people. At least 20 states are suing the Biden administration to block an immigration parole program. The lawsuit was filed on Tuesday, and it aims to stop a new parole program that would allow up to 30,000 asylum seekers into the U.S. each month. This is U.S.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Google is being sued by the Justice Department. 8 states are also joining in on the lawsuit that targets Google's stranglehold in the online advertising market. The plaintiffs claim Google conducted a campaign to stifle potential competition. The government also wants the company to be broken up. The lawsuit alleges that Google has used anti-competitive, exclusionary, and unlawful means to eliminate or severely diminish any threat to its dominance over digital advertising technologies. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell argues that his negotiation with then Vice President Biden in 2011 raised the debt limit alongside spending cuts, but for this year's debt ceiling negotiation, he's on the sideline. Jared Rizzi has more.
McConnell says it's up to Speaker Kevin McCarthy to wrangle the House Republican caucus.
In this current situation, the debt ceiling fix, if there is one, or how it's to be dealt with, will have to come out of the House.
Between the lines, McConnell seemed to suggest yesterday that he has the votes to get Democrats to 60 in the Senate if McCarthy can broker a deal, potentially also across the aisle, in the next 6 months. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
Paris Hilton is surprising everyone with a new addition to her family. On Tuesday, Hilton and her husband, Carter Room, announced they had a baby. Hilton made the post on social media showing the baby's hand, but has not announced a name or gender yet. Although Hilton and Room have been trying to have children using IVF. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Everybody on the same page now, right? 25th day of January. Hey, have I neglected to give you our keyword? What is today's keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway? As we've teamed up with TNCRadio.live. Hey, your keyword today is kids. Yes, kids. 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 Hey, all those kids' Christmas toys up. Go to TNCRadio.live. Enter that keyword, or you can use the TNCRadio.live app. Your chance to win $1,000 happens every workday. There's your keyword for the day, kids. All right, so Tom Kelly said, very grateful with the exception of an extended power outage with the tornadoes that ripped through the Houston area. Tuesday afternoon, we made it through okay. Yeah, a lot of down trees, power lines, they'll be out there when the sun comes up. Surveying the damage, we'll have probably full reports as to how strong those tornadoes that touched down were this past day. Coming up here in a few hours, when we close out the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, don't miss all-new episode of Shannon Currier's Southern Route. Then it's an all-new Women Road Warriors with Kathy and Shelley. Finally coming up 7 a.m. Eastern, it's another new episode of about all things supply chain on Thoughts and Coffee with Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. And, of course, they'll continue to track the storms through this hump day on TNCRadio.live. Listen in for live reports throughout the day. All right, we left off there. We were chatting with Gilligan. All right, sorry about that. Taking care of business. You know the drill.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Steve. I knew just as soon as I heard you've been putting in queue. Yeah, like I said, this guy come around me down there, coming out of Martinsville, way over in my lane, run me off the road almost. I mean, it's just crazy. This is what I'm talking about, professional courtesy. But you know, they say karma's a B word.
Yeah.
Well, you got a chuckle when you witness it. Well, I got around him down here on the steep hill coming up out of Martinsville. People, he's run 220, knows what I'm talking about. Well, got up there in Boone's Mill, which I checked down there from there this morning on the way down. I've run Greensboro off and on since I've been running shuttle for Avery for about 6 years now. But got up here on the other side of Boone's Mill, here he come again. Flying around me, part of the way in my lane, I'm out of it, let him around me. Then he goes up there. There's a little sharp turn. I think it's a 40-mile-an-hour turn, and there's another little steep hill there. Well, he hit that turn a little bit too fast, put her over the median, and when he pulled her back up, he kind of hit a little jump there because there was a crossover there, and when he did, he just lost it. That sucker just started bouncing. State trooper asked me what I seen. I said, I'll be honest, sir, he dared to run me off the road twice. Then when he come around that turn, he put her over the median. When he pulled her back up, I seen he was losing it. And I wasn't too worried about him. I was too worried about getting my own truck stalled. And he chuckled. He says, I don't blame you. I'd have been the same way. Well, I got mine, pulled over. I see the guy come up out of the cab. I'll tell you what, I consider myself a Christian man, and I do slip from time to time. I had the 911 operator on the phone, but I tell you what, it was all I could do to keep from cussing him out. I held the tongue. You know, the company was called Finkel Ford. Now, I'm pretty sure they went out of business because of this kind of crap. Because I've had experiences with them before, because they run a lot of this 81 220 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just amazing what some people out here will do. It's beyond me why they think that they're so much more important than somebody else. It's this new me-first attitude. I know it's been out there longer than we've been alive, but it just seems like it's gotten worse and worse over the recent years. You was talking earlier about that. They're trying to get an assault weapons ban through the Congress. Yeah, that's really working. Look at that magazine ban, how much that helped out there in California.
Yep.
This has nothing to do with stopping crime. It's controlling the people. That's all it is. It makes some people feel good while they're doing something. They're doing something. But what they're doing has nothing to do with stopping the problems. It's a control thing. It's a small step forward to an outright ban on firearms. You know, that is what their eventual aim is. And a lot of people don't realize it. Look at the restrictive gun laws in Europe. And if I'm not mistaken, most of Europe, you're not even allowed to own a firearm. Now, that's not all of them. If I'm not mistaken, the last I heard, Switzerland, you are required to have a full automatic weapon in your household. The exact opposite. You know what's funny? All them fully automatic weapons in Switzerland, how many mass shootings do you think they have? Or how many murders? Practically none. You know, it's amazing how that works, ain't it, Steve?
Yes, it is.
But, you know, they're talking about fighting hate speech. Well, that's what the communists, the fascists, all of them said. The way we got to stop the misinformation. They had other things for, you know, they have the propaganda that this way and that way. I mean, this is nothing new. This has been going on since probably before Stalin. You know, Stalin and Lenin had that set of them kind of laws in place early in the Soviet Union. If I'm not mistaken, it goes back probably even farther than that. I'm sure back in ancient Rome, you criticized Caesar, you're going to regret it, you know. And that was over 2,000 years ago. Well, anyway, Steve, that's about all my ramblings for tonight. I will add, by the way, me and Charlie's back on speaking terms. I bought a railroad. I had the mortgage to it. It was a 2x2 card called B&O Railroad for $200. And that's why I thought I owned the railroad. I guess could call Charlie a luxury tax of $75 after I went ahead and refunded his money. What do you think?
All right, have a good morning. Yeah, you mentioned California. Now you're saying, hey, look at all these shootings. 3 separate incidents in 3 days, 19 people killed, 19 fatally shot since Saturday evening. California has spent years and years passing one law after another that's supposed to prevent these sort of things from happening. I mean, it's been a point of pride among the liberal lawmakers in that state. How are they feeling now? A sense of futility and despair in the aftermath of these mass shootings, 3 in 3 days. Now, what about California? Lawmakers in that state have imposed mandatory waiting periods on the purchase of firearms. California has banned, quote, military-style assault rifles. They're one of only 8 states, along with D.C., to do that. The state of California has red flag laws that allows guns to be seized from people believed to be a threat. California voters overwhelmingly approved a limit on the number of bullets allowed in a gun's magazine. That particular measure was caught up for years in the courts. They have bans on all these things. How does that happen? How do these things happen? Well, the consensus among lawmakers as of yesterday is, well, there's just simply too many guns in the country and too many ways to get a hold of them without here you go, a national effort to pass stricter gun measures. Like that's going to make a difference. Gavin Newsom says, what the hell's going on? Angry remarks after visiting with victims' families in Half Moon Bay. It was said and said again, only in America this happened on our watch. What allowed this to happen? He said, we, the state of California, needs help from the federal government and the Republican Party that once opposed some gun control measures, but now has become deeply opposed. Where's the Republican Party, he says. One state cannot do it alone. There is still a host of questions about the legality of the weapons that were used and whether state efforts in that state, California, some now suspended by court challenges, should have kept the guns out of the gunmen's hands, and that they have not provided details about how the gunmen in Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay actually got their weapons among the hundreds of millions privately owned all over the country. But you've got the restrictions there, and yes, with the ban on the number of rounds, the extended magazines are banned in California. All right, I guess I'm speaking to the choir, though, right? We all know that. The gun control laws do not prevent criminals. The criminals don't obey the laws. Philip on board in Florida this morning. What's happening?
Oh, I'm just sitting here enjoying all this traffic information, immunization information.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just enjoying all this information on my hump day. I tell you what, this. I tell you what, I got to tune into this every night just to get my information on traffic and going down to get my shot. And man, I tell you what, Steve, I just can't. Thank you very much for this, man. This is great. I'm just loving it, man. How you doing today?
Here we are. Hump day. Yep, doing all right. It's snowing.
And as far as it's snowing, yeah.
It's snowing outside the bunker.
Where I'm at.
Yes, sir.
I can actually see the lines on the road where I'm at. So, and I'm driving. I'm in what tier was that? Tier 1. I'm in tier 1. I guess I don't know what I am down here. We're just in tiers. Period. But got to congratulate Rocket Lab. They got that rocket off finally from Virginia yesterday, and they did a good job on that. Still didn't hear anything about that Starship firing up 33 engines. And you were talking about the gun stuff there. You talked about it. We've all talked about it the last few days. Do you think everything is just reactive with this deal, Steve? You think the government's just reactive?
To the shootings?
No, well, do you remember when Mr. Brady got shot years ago? You remember that, Steve?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we were reactive. We had the Brady Act, right?
Correct.
All right. Every shooting that we've had, as far as an active shooter situation, and that's a word that we're hearing a lot more commonly now with all these different things going on with the situation in California, with the situation in Illinois in the parade, and with all these different shooting scenarios that have come about. Walmart in what was that, Texas, where we had that shooting there. It's reactive. We're going to be reactive. We got to do something like right now. And Governor Newsom, he's the same way out there. That's pretty much how they are out in California. A lot of it is they're reactive to something that happens. I got news for you, folks. Guns have been around a long time. Okay? I said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. It's just an object, no more than your vehicle is, no more than anything else that you use that could hurt somebody. Okay? So we need to figure out why this person did it, not why the weapon and getting rid of the weapon, not getting rid of the weapon. We need to figure out why the person done it and use the weapon. The weapon was a tool, no more different than Gilligan driving that nice Freightliner out there pulling that trailer. It's a tool in the deal, just like anything else. So, and horse feathers, as far as driving goes, I'm gonna tell you right now, when you drive, you gotta drive offensively and defensively. And I'll tell you in the great words of the man from the hour, Moose, maintain your friggin' lane. Excuse my language there. That's what you do. You maintain your lane, and that's all you have to worry about. Because people don't worry about you. So, but I got a little rant today, Steve. I hope you don't mind. You don't mind, do you?
No, lay it on us. What you got?
Hey, man, I'm out here on I-4 every day, and I love driving I-4. Everybody hates it. I love driving it because you know what, buddy? It's better than going to the comedy club. I see more stupid crap out here than I've ever seen in my 25 years of driving a semi. And I tell you what, I got advice for anybody that wants to come to Orlando. Come on down. We want to see you. Come on down. Bring your driving habits with you because you know what? I don't care how you drive. I really don't. You can cut me off. You can act like you're going to rear end me. I don't care. All right? Because I got insurance on my car. I'm pretty sure I can get my car taken care of. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get taken care of if I go to the hospital. But just do what you got to do. But understand something. I'm not going to be the guy that's going to stand on the side of the road crying when I take somebody out. So, but sorry, Steve, for the bad attitude. It's just one of those things. It comes out every now and then. So, y'all have a good day, and I appreciate it, buddy.
A little frustration factor. Is that what we call it? All right, 24 past the hour. All right, so we cleared the lines out. First time this morning, wide open at 844-3388. Interesting, he would mention a maintain your lane kind of story. This would fall into that category. The Wyoming Highway Patrol releasing more information about a chain reaction crash that killed 5 students over the weekend. Shortly before 7 p.m. on, I guess that would have been Sunday, Rawlins, Wyoming. Troopers were notified of a wrong-way driver on I-80 at 6:52 p.m. They were then notified of a collision involving the wrong-way driver at 6:58 p.m. Following an investigation into the crash, troopers say that a Dodge Ram 3500 was eastbound in the westbound lanes of I-80. The Dodge Ram struck a commercial truck and a passenger vehicle. As this crash occurred, The driver of a second commercial vehicle swerved into the median, did not maintain his lane. Ended up then crossing into the eastbound lanes of I-80, trying to avoid the wrong way Dodge Ram. Yeah, the commercial vehicle, that vehicle then striking an eastbound Ford F-150 head on. Both of those vehicles immediately caught fire. The 5 occupants of the Ford F-150 died as a result of the crash. They were students returning to Arkansas following a visit to Jackson Hole Bible College in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Others involved in the crash suffered critical injuries. The driver of the Dodge, who was driving the wrong way, is actually still alive, arrested on suspicion of impairment, and may be facing future charges as the investigation unfolds. Well, yeah, 5 other people ultimately died because of their going the wrong direction on the highway. So what do you say about the driver of the second commercial vehicle? Should he have maintained his lane? All right, when we come back following the break, a couple of things I'll update you on. First off, the man who shot 20 people in the dance studio in California, got some new information about him. He was actually a former truck driver for over 20 years. Kind of identified as an elderly loner. Of course, he was 72 years old when he shot the place up over the past weekend at the Star Ballroom Dance Studio, Monterey Park. Since then, he's been identified as a man who distrusted everyone and displayed hate towards people, according to one longtime acquaintance. I wouldn't say he was aggressive, but he just wouldn't get along well with people. Tran occasionally offered free lessons to people who came to the dance studio, which this made the instructors unhappy. I think there was tension between Tran and those instructors. That may explain it. He was angry at the instructors at the dance club there. The investigation is ongoing, but all right, he was a truck driver for over 20 years. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is renewing his call for an assault weapons ban following 2 mass shootings in California. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre noted California Senator Dianne Feinstein reintroduced a federal assault weapons ban and legislation to raise the minimum purchase age for assault weapons to 21. The White House urged Congress to act quickly to keep American communities safe. This comes after 11 people were killed in a shooting Saturday at a Los Angeles area dance hall. 7 were killed Monday in a shooting in a seaside town of Half Moon Bay near San Francisco. Speaker Kevin McCarthy says George Santos will be removed from office if the House Ethics Committee discovers he broke the law. On Tuesday, McCarthy spoke to reporters and made his most extensive comment yet on the embattled New York congressman, saying they will remove him if he's found to have done anything illegal. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ah, yes, indeed. By the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, back at it at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. I just want to give you a little road report. The roads were wet down north of 70 up to our yard. Then all of a sudden, north of our yard, the road started getting really, really slushy. So anybody running north and south on 75 and north of Dayton, be extremely careful. And right now and it seems like the farther north I'm getting, I'm back up in Shelby County right now, and which is my home county, north of the mile marker 85. Is so far so good. It looks like ODOT's been working these roads pretty good, and they're at least passable right now. I just have to back it down and just don't rush it. Period. But I haven't jumped off the road. I haven't jumped off the highway yet, so I don't know how the roads in my home 20 is going to be yet.
I know the snow's been coming down pretty fast and furious outside the bunker since about somewhere between 1 and 2 is when it started. So it's starting to pile up.
Yeah, and now on the shoulder, and now at our DC, it's starting to pile up. They've got our local road crews out, and they've got the local road crews out. They're plowing our lots and everything to keep everything all passable.
Mhm.
But 25A was messy. But but Miami County and Tip City don't come out and do that till a little bit later.
Very good.
But so far so good. I'm kind of wondering if our snow and everything started a little bit later, so that's maybe part of the reason our roads are a little bit passable up here.
You're in the zone for, what are they talking up there? 4 to 8 or something
4
like
to
that?
8.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I got a text from Pup not too long ago, and he texted me that he did his first run to Indianapolis from Fort Wayne, and then with the storm coming in, it's like he's heading for the house because he's going to be getting it a little bit worse than I am. He's in that zone from 8 to 12.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. But it all depends on how this storm tracks too. If this storm changes any of its track, if it goes a little farther north or a little farther south, it's going to change everything.
Yeah, going to make a big difference.
Everybody's
Because when I look at the radar, I mean, it's amazing how, I don't know, I've mentioned it several times, kind of like how the Ohio River line it's really the cutoff. Heavy snow in Cincinnati. I mean, some of the radar is depicting kind of a mixed bag, but it's still just pretty much rain from Louisville, at least on the radar, Louisville to Richmond to down to Bowling Green. But the cutoff line right along the river.
Yeah, that's always been a cutoff line. It's been the Ohio River 70 and US 30. Those have been the three big ones here in the state of Ohio. And with winter weather, the north or south of those lines can be a whole world of difference.
Yep.
Depending on what's going on.
Well, I appreciate the update, Eskimo Mom. Safe travels the rest of the way in there.
I am actually about 4 miles from the house right now.
Be there in no time. All right. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, boy, if you're a smoker these days, which, last of the Mohicans, right? Yeah, last I checked, there's maybe still, is it 1 in 5? Somewhere in that vicinity is the last numbers I'm familiar with. Yeah, 20%, less than 20% of the population in the U.S. that still smokes cigarettes. And a lot of times when you're going on vacation, right? If you're heading for the beach, nothing like renting a nice beach chair, an umbrella, sitting back to have a cold drink and a cigarette. Yeah, smokers in Mexico going to find a whole lot fewer places to light up under the strict new anti-tobacco measures the country rolled out this month. Funny how Mexico would have their strict anti-tobacco measures, while the marijuana, the cocaine, the methamphetamine, the fentanyl, everything under the sun pours into the United States from that country. But that's a separate story. Changes to a tobacco control law went into effect January 15th, expanding on existing rules to prohibit smoking in public places. You can no longer smoke at any workplace or outdoor locations where people gather, public squares, parks, beaches, sports stadiums. In those locations, people are prohibited from consuming any tobacco or nicotine product, according to the announcement from the Mexican government. The deputy director of the National Office of Tobacco Control said smoking in prohibited areas would draw fines up to $550. Not complying with the health department orders could also lead to up to 36 hours of jail time. This is due to the fact that the new provisions ensure a greater degree of protection for people's health and favor the best interest of children. Of course, being applauded by the World Health Organization, a bold move. We call on all countries to strengthen their no tobacco policies. Now, the law applies to hotels, according to the Mexican Association of Hotels and Motels. They are allowed to designate smoking areas outdoors that must be a minimum of 33 feet away from other services or facilities. In a note on their website, the Hard Rock Hotel in Riviera Maya said they have made changes to comply with the new laws. All public areas of the property have been declared free of smoke from cigarettes, vapes, e-cigarettes, and all other tobacco products. Designated smoking areas will be specifically marked throughout the hotel for guests to use should they need to. But even on the beach, no smoking on the beach in Mexico. Okay. It is 844-844-3388. I was beginning to wonder about you for a few weeks there, Vic. I was hoping you weren't having health issues or something, because I don't think we've heard from you in the new year, have we?
No, not for a while. I've been having kind of preoccupied with some legal problems there. And anyway, I won't get into all that. But by and large, I might have to institute a legal malpractice suit against the HOA. They interpreted some laws rather broadly in violation of the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution. So anyway, but I heard you mentioning the COVID thing with the military. And, you know, the military gets people from all over the world and everything. Did they ever take the emergency use authorization off the COVID-19 vaccine? I haven't, you know, they keep talking about getting a booster shot, but I don't really remember them taking that off, and they don't seem to really know where this came from to this day, and they haven't developed an actual treatment plan for it. So, and the big thing that the other thing I've been trying to figure out is the actual emergency order that Foster Farms had to get in order to feed their chickens out in California, well, all their livestock, because Union Pacific was using COVID-19 as a reason for force majeure. And there's a lot of lawsuits there, and I've been on a couple of websites that kind of conspiracy type that said that railroads had actually used COVID-19 for force majeure, and it canceled a lot of contracts that was adding to the supply chain crisis. And fitting with that and the whole bit, you remember the whole deal with the inland port system that was supposed to be serviced by railroads, and all the work that they did. But somehow, back when we had the drought crisis and they couldn't get barge traffic, there was a lot of misinformation that was being put out about the railroads, which I couldn't understand. But then Transport Topics and the written version of what Soy Transportation Coalition said, they diagnosed the problem rather succinctly. And oddly enough, Biden had went out to Kansas City and said they were going to open a port on the Missouri River. I think it was the end of July or somewhere in through there, just about the time it was hitting, the drought was hitting. And he essentially said that they were going to make the inland river system part of the overall system. And the impetus for that was he had lost Kansas and Missouri in the 2020 election. So, it's kind of all tangled up into that. But back to what I was talking about with this COVID thing, I don't know if you ever seen that. I know there are a lot of lawsuits that are being put in place because the railroads hadn't serviced people, which had added to the supply chain crisis. And the gist of it is this COVID has had such an effect on this economy around the world, and nobody seems to be able or willing to get right down to the bottom of it. You know, China's been in lockdown. I think they even have a few places in lockdown now. And to turn around and say, well, we don't really know what it is. We don't know how to treat it, but you have to take this experimental drug, vaccine, or else we're going to have, dire consequences. And like you were mentioning about the Ohio River, I'll tell you something else interesting about the Ohio River. It has its own form of malaria. And down there where I come from, which is where the Wabash and the Ohio comes together, there's something called AG or AGU. It's AGUE, however you want to pronounce it, but it's a form of malaria. And a lot of people in that area, they'll have nodules on their lungs. It's also a heavy place for quarrying, rock quarrying. A lot of people will get silicosis. It's also a high poultry area. And if you are around poultry very long, you'll get something called histoplasmosis, which is a fungus in your lung. And in the last, ever since COVID hit, I have lost several of my friends. They're elderly, of course, but most of them didn't die actually from the COVID. They died from complications from the COVID. So whenever you mentioned that about they were going to punish the military because some of them refused to take the vaccine, it just kind of bugged me a little bit. And I don't know, maybe somebody somewhere knows how it all came about. But to my thoughts, they need to do some serious investigation as to how this thing came about, because Barack Obama came out with an executive order and banned all this experimental stuff, and then Fauci did a workaround around that through these grants and everything else. So, to my estimation, the number one priority in the government, instead of worrying about secret documents and everything else, I've seen those mishandled so much it's not even funny, and seen things I wasn't supposed to see or heard things I wasn't supposed to hear. A lot of it didn't really amount to a hell of beans. And so anyway.
So,
to me,
how about the news this past day, Vic? I mean, Mike Pence. Yeah, Mike Pence has classified documents found at his place now. It's like, I guess,
right.
Everyone that's been in D.C. apparently has some classified documents in their possession.
Well, I think somebody needs to go back and look at the National Archives and the people that's packing all this stuff, because, in all fairness to all of them in all parties, these are high-powered people with a world of responsibilities, and I just can't see them sitting down like you or me and going through, well, I want to put this in this box now, or having the movers come in and say, I want everything packed up and identified, so when we get there, I can look at it. I just can't see them running around seeing what the movers are doing. But it seems like the National Archives needs to have a good going over too. It's like, do you people really know where all these records are and what they're doing? And again, oddly enough, I stumbled across the thing about a Army intelligence officer in Vietnam, and he was commenting about all the intelligence that was coming back to President Johnson at the time. And a lot of it was conflicting information. A lot of it wasn't worth much. A lot of it was stuff that they had to pay people to give them information. So if you're paying people to give them information, they're going to keep giving you information, good, bad, or indifferent, to keep getting a paycheck. So that's what I'm saying. This whole intelligence thing, it's kind of turned into pariah, but out of it, they do need to do some investigation into what really needs to be classified and what doesn't need to be classified. And some of this stuff, was Biden, they were talking about he had way back whenever he was first a senator. It's like, well, why would that even be classified at this point anyway? But he did have a nice looking Corvette. I will say that.
Right.
But anyway, but the main thing that I wanted to point out was that they know so little about this COVID, and to have such draconian punishment seemed a little bit odd. But oh, by the way, a part of this thing, I was looking at the invasive species that's coming into this country, and I found out that the military has a big invasive species, and your Arnold Air Force Base down there is one of them that they're protecting some snakes from. So anyway, because they fed poison mice to some snakes, or those that were on, they fed them acetaminophen, and I guess snakes can't stand that over in Guam, and then that caused them to kill off some snakes that let another predator come in. So I just found that interesting because I've been through those Manchester scales down there next to Arnold Air Force Base so many times, and I thought, and I wonder if they knew that they were protecting snakes there just across the hill from it. So,
wow.
Anyway, it's just kind of a side note there. But anyway, like I said, I've got about 3 or 4 projects going, and then the whole bit with this Medicare stuff. And you were mentioning that guy that was a truck driver, whatever you're going to say about that. They also have a thing on Medicare now that whenever you sign up for one of these Advantage plans, they want to schedule you for meetings to, mingle with other people and to do exercises and everything else. And it's like, at this stage of the game, I'm really not that interested in making that many new friends. Not that I'm antisocial, but when you lose a lot of close friends and everything, it just kind of changes your life there a little bit. So anyway, with that, I'll let you go. But again, I don't know if they're ever going to get to the bottom of this COVID, but before they start handing out stiff penalties, they need to get to the bottom of how it all came about.
Well, there are several investigations getting underway with the new Republican-controlled Congress. Yeah. Now, where they'll get, who knows? Yeah, at some point in time, I know they're going to bring Fauci in. The plan is to put him under oath and all that good stuff. But all right, well, again, Happy New Year, Vic. Good to hear from you. Yeah, Mike Pence, if you missed that, classified documents from former Vice President Mike Pence's time in office discovered at his home in Indiana. Pence notified Congress of the discovery yesterday after his team, they say, found the documents last week. Now, that is now both Biden and Pence's one-time running mate, former President Donald Trump, are both under investigation for possession of classified documents. Pence denied having any classified documents in August, as reported by PBS. His documents, they say, have been turned over to the FBI. His team notified the National Archives on Wednesday of last week that they had discovered potentially classified documents in 2 small boxes, as well as 2 other boxes with copies of vice presidential papers at Pence's home in Carmel, Indiana. So the National Archives notified or informed the FBI, which picked them up from the residence the following evening. CNN reports there's about a dozen classified documents citing multiple anonymous sources. But those documents found during a search of Pence's home and his office at his political nonprofit, Advancing American Freedom. He had no classified material found in the office, but his team, what they say, was searching those locations in the wake of the multiple batches of classified records discovered at Biden's home and his private office. I guess they're saying, should anyone that has had classified documents now be saying, maybe should I double check what I've got in those boxes in there? They've been in storage for years now. Of course, over the weekend, 6 more classified items were discovered at Biden's Wilmington, Delaware home, following previous discoveries at his private office in D.C. and, of course, the Penn Biden Center. Classified this, classified that, everywhere you turn. Wow, All right, a couple minutes before we hit our news break, and our final hour will be forthcoming, and we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. Story from AccuWeather, and it seemed that the photograph of this individual's vehicle after the fact, remember the movie series, what was it called? Oh, yeah. When people that were supposed to die, Final Destination, that was it, Final Destination. People that cheated death. And I guess it's like the Grim Reaper, death was going to get them, coming after them one way or another. This guy pretty much cheated death. A California man recounting his near-death experience after narrowly avoiding being crushed by a boulder. He was sitting in the driver's seat in Malibu, California. He got a phone call. So he got out of the car to take the call, only to hear the sound of rocks tumbling down the hillside. I heard loud crashes and ran out and saw my car was crushed. Yes, the photos show his Prius, the roof caved in by what was a 4-foot boulder that landed on his vehicle. The rock is the size of the entire hood. Yeah, all the windows broken out. The frame of the car was twisted. Yeah, debris from the hillside fell across 4 lanes of traffic, according to KTLA. Miraculously, no one was injured. Several other cars were damaged by rocks falling down the hillside. But all this was kind of in light of the torrential rains and the mudslides, the landslides they dealt with from that train of storms in California. And he said, yeah, no doubt. I'm pretty shook up. Honestly, I don't think I'll park here again. Yeah, right? All right, we'll get a news break, and yes, final hour ahead. And wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Rolling into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Classified documents have been found at former Vice President Pence's Indiana home. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio didn't mince words when talking about the latest discovery involving somebody who was or is currently in the White House. As a result of the Pence find, the Department of Justice and FBI have launched a probe into how the documents wound up at his home. The discovery comes as separate investigations are happening into classified documents found at the residence of President Biden and former President Trump. On that note, House Oversight Chairman James Comer said the Pence documents probe isn't the same as Biden's. The Kentucky Republican insisted that Biden's White House keeps withholding information from Congress and the American people. A controversial advanced placement course on African American studies is being rolled out after being rejected and then changed.
The College Board has announced they will be revising their old course, and a new framework for the Advanced Placement Program will be released on February 1st. The original course was blocked by Governor Ron DeSantis' administration, who claimed it was, quote, inexplicably contrary to Florida law. DeSantis has signed laws banning critical race theory in Florida schools. The White House has called DeSantis' opposition incomprehensible. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Embattled New York Congressman George Santos is following through on the surprise he promised journalists once he arrived at his Washington office today. A table filled with coffee and donuts from Dunkin' Donuts was placed outside his door. A picture on Twitter made it seem like they were takers since some of the donuts were missing. The 34-year-old freshman who represents parts of Long Island and Queens has admitted to making up several parts of his life. President Biden is praying for those impacted by a mass shooting in Northern California that left 7 people dead and 1 critically injured. In the statement, Biden said, for the second time in recent days, California communities are mourning the loss of loved ones in a senseless act of gun violence. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is formally rejecting California Democrats Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell from serving on the Intelligence Committee. McCarthy rejected a request from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries asking that the pair be on the panel where membership assignments are at the Speaker's discretion. The rejection was due to the ability to maintain a standard worthy of this committee's responsibilities, according to a letter from McCarthy to Jeffries. One convicted U.S. Capitol rioter is facing decades in prison for threatening Nancy Pelosi.
It happened during the historic assault on Congress as they attempted to certify Joe Biden's presidential election victory in 2020. Rioter Pauline Brower illegally entered the Capitol building while shouting, "This is where we find Nancy Pelosi," later yelling, quote, bring her out here." On Tuesday, Bauer was convicted of multiple felony and misdemeanor charges. She could face up to 20 years in prison for her role in the riot. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Senator Jack Reed is calling on the Federal Trade Commission to examine rapidly rising egg prices. The Rhode Island Democrat wrote a letter to the FTC on Tuesday demanding they investigate whether major egg retailers are using the latest outbreak of bird flu as a cover for price gouging. Reed's letter backs a campaign to investigate Cal-Maine Foods, which controls 20% of the egg market. In the midst of the flu crisis, the company reported quarterly sales up 110% and gross profits up over 600%. He noted many small producers have managed to keep prices under control during the same time period. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF PPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pullers and fans are readying their rigs for a midwinter trek to the Sunshine State. But to make it safe and fair for all those horses, it takes zebras. So first, Tech School was in session this weekend, and with a first-time professor at that. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It's almost here, the Ocala Tractor Pull for the second year and NTPA sanctioned event presented by the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association will invade the Southeast Livestock Pavilion this Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th. The Non-Points Invitational is the association's first chance in the 2023 calendar year to throw smoke and rattle rafters with 3 national rules classes, super farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, and 5 Mid-Florida classes. Gates open at 3 p.m. and the action starts at 6 p.m. Listen for a full rundown of class winners and top performers in next week's report, and complete results will be posted to ntpapull.com. Check out midfltractorpullers.com for event details. For those bound to northern climes, you have something to look forward to as winter draws its last breath in March. The Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Ship Show Spring Nationals hits the Michiana Event Center on March 17th and 18th for 5 divisions each night. You can get your tickets today at a discounted rate at shopntpa.com. And alongside those Ocala results, we'll have a major announcement next week concerning another famed indoor venue that will soon feature NTPA championship polling. We can't wait to share the details. But first, we note that large portions of the association's off-season are spent preparing our satellite staff, tech officials, and entry clerks to be successful at their important work all season long. And just so you know, there's a lot more to officiating than waving flags. Insurance requires, and common sense demands, that every vehicle undergo and pass a thorough technical inspection of safety features at each event before it is allowed anywhere near an NTPA competition track. What kinds of devices are we talking about? Everything from a shutoff switch, informally called a kill switch, to engine and driveline shielding and tethering, to structures such as roll cages and wheelie bars. Specifications on all of these measures exist for every division of NTPA competition to ensure the safety of every spectator and puller. And the men and women who wear the NTPA shield on their backs have got to know them all, along with an ever-lengthening list of constraints on performance parts like turbochargers and tires. Where do you go to learn about all this complexity? To NTPA Tech School, of course, the first of which for this year was conducted on Saturday, January 21st at the Shop and Meeting Hall of NTPA competitors Kevin Criswell and Brad Benedict near Marion, Ohio. The school was led by newly appointed Director of Technical Services Marvin Epperson of Camden, Ohio, with a seminar on fuel and water sampling and testing conducted by Region 2 Director Tom Jackson of Lodi, Ohio. Over 20 officials from all across the Buckeye State studied vehicles provided by Benedict and by Corey Hoffman of nearby Richwood, and then took a 50-question exam authored by the SFI Foundation, an independent certification organization that promotes motorsport safety. All agreed it was a highly productive day and demonstrated once more that tractor pulling people genuinely enjoy each other's company and work tirelessly for the betterment of our great motorsport. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, back at it for our final hour here on a Wednesday, hump day. Indeed. Hey, Mike. Hello to G Money. That's all he said. Tony sent me a couple photographs from in and around Southwest Ohio. Roads don't look too bad. So there's a first picture around Loveland. You can see the asphalt. Second picture's on 32. Yeah, based on what I'm seeing in the photos, looks like they're mostly just wet. But be careful, some slick spots. Wheelchair Dave checks in. And he says, prayers. Steve, I had no idea about Bubba Bones' health. As you speak about Bubba, I think of Tom's cancer and how he beat it. Is Tom still cancer-free? Yes, best of my life. Haven't actually spoke to Mr. Bigby. It's probably been about 6 months. Time flies, as you know, but yeah, he's doing well. Yeah, all excited about. He's big Bengals fan, so he's pretty excited right now. Going into championship weekend. Let's see. My mind also thinks of Gray Mays. Wow is all I can say, but I can pray. Also, I hope Miss Millie's doing well. Yeah, because she suffered a stroke here not that long ago. Several had shared Kieswetter's write-up this past day. John Kieswetter, of course. Kieswetter, yeah, I guess he's kind of a beat writer. He's always covered the radio and television industry in and around this area. To which, from NPR, says longtime country music radio and WLW Weekend trucker show host had retired last year. After 40 years in Cincinnati radio, he was planning to spend the winter in Florida after retiring from the trucking network a year ago. He never made it. After experiencing confusion last summer, he was diagnosed with glioblastoma, a very aggressive brain cancer. He had brain surgery for the tumor, chemotherapy, and radiation last fall. Entered hospice shortly before Christmas. Longtime friend Mary McConnell says he was healthy as an ox when he retired a year ago. It was all very sudden, really a shock. Yeah, so sad, she said. She was, I guess, she did traffic reports years ago when Bubba did his morning show on WSCH, Eagle Country there in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, which, he would work 5 days a week at Eagle Country and then do the weekend show, the ATN. And I never had a close relationship with Bubba Bo. All I know is for many, many years, I think was it like 12 years? I mean, every weekend, every holiday, he was there. He retired from Eagle Country after 16 years on his 65th birthday. As soon as he was diagnosed, though, he was told his chances of living for more than a year were slim to none. He cannot walk, barely talks now, she said. But he explained his retirement in a 2021 interview on the WSCH website. He said, I've been running for 40 plus years in this business. Got to do a lot of cool things, met a lot of cool people, made some pretty good money as far as money goes in this business anymore, which there ain't much. But it's time to ease up some and enjoy life. I started working in radio at the age of 21. From there, it's been the radio life, no doubt about it, but I don't regret it a damn bit. I had a lot of fun, he said. The Massachusetts native came from Indianapolis to Cincinnati to the old news talk, WCKY, in 1982 as a sports reporter. In 1986, joined the country music station, WUBE, the FM, which actually I worked there for about 3 years doing weekends when he was the sports guy there. He was... Next, it was on to WYGY-FM for a couple years, 2001 to 03. Explained his radio success where he said, I'm not an air personality or a DJ. I'm just a regular guy like the people who listen to the radio. Of course, had been off and on at the ATN over the years, hosted weekends until 2007. Budget cut occurred there, later returned to do weekends until 2014. Then doctors pretty much told him, because like I said, he'd been working pretty much 7 days a week for years and years, and doctors told him he needed to cut back some. Of course, after I was dismissed, he returned to do the 1 hour each night till about a year ago, I guess it was. Still using the ATN name. And of course, yep, that's the breakdown. I had no idea. All right, so a lot of folks praying for Bubba Bo. There you go. Hello to the Seeing-Eye Dog. Good morning.
Good morning. I am in Effingham, Illinois, just on the north side of it. It's light snow. Further south, the snow is a little bit bigger than it is now. The current temperature on the dashboard is 33 degrees. The roads are wet and splashy, so I did see a lot of salt trucks moving up and down. Matter of fact, I see one going southbound right now. So far, so good, but with overwhelming accumulation, I'm pretty sure it's going to get a lot worse.
Yep.
The grass is just lightly covered right now, but it's good traveling still. I'd always use caution when you're driving.
Uh-huh.
But as you were saying about Baba Bo, yeah, he's a great guy, and I'm really happy that I did go over there in Cincinnati and go on the air. And even when we weren't, on the air talking to him about different things, he's a real good guy, and I like how he focuses on topics. He doesn't waver. He once he sets his mind on a topic, he just goes with it. But he was always open-minded also about what other people had to say. And, I just wish him Godspeed. But that is my weather report for you, and maybe I'll call you tomorrow. Have a great evening.
All right, safe travels
great
out
day.
there. Yep, appreciate the update from the CNI Dog, 17 past the hour. They tell us we're still making plans to go to Mars. First, we got to get back to the moon, but NASA announcing they're going to test nuclear rockets that could fly astronauts to Mars in record time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, according to the report, NASA has unveiled plans to test nuclear-powered rockets that could fly astronauts to Mars in ultra-fast time. They've partnered with the U.S. government's Defense Advanced Research Projects, DARPA as we know it, to demonstrate a nuclear thermal rocket engine in space as soon as 2027. Just 4 years away. According to the announcement this past day, the project is intended to develop a pioneering propulsion system for space travel, far different from the chemical systems that are prevalent since the modern era of rocketry dawned almost a century ago. Using a nuclear thermal rocket allows for faster transit time, reducing risk for astronauts, according to the press release. Reducing the transit time is a key component for human missions to Mars, as longer trips require more supplies and more robust systems. An additional benefit would be increased science payload capacity and higher power for instrumentation and communications. NASA, which successfully tested their Artemis spacecraft as kind of the springboard back to the moon and eventually onto Mars, hopes of landing humans on the red planet sometime in the 2030s, which is part of their Moon to Mars program. Using current technology, NASA says the 300 million mile journey to Mars would take about 7 months. Engineers don't know yet how much time they could shave off of that by using nuclear technology, but Bill Nelson, the NASA administrator, said it would allow spacecraft and humans to travel in deep space at record speed. With the help of this new technology, astronauts could journey to and from deep space faster than ever, which is a major capability to prepare for crewed missions to Mars. What do you say, Scarecrow? Good morning.
Well, Steve, was not the Starship Enterprise nuclear powered? Man, they got around at warp speed their way.
Yes, they did.
It'd be a matter of minutes to get to Mars. When they start taking reservations for that flight, in particular if they're one way, let's keep in touch. I got a few county highway commissioners I'd like to send on a trip. Up to a couple hours back, I had some really warm, fuzzy feelings for them as I'm driving through the freshly laid juice they put on the roads here, the pre-treatment. And I'm looking at in my mirrors and seeing the cloud of spray behind me, just knowing the lower half of the truck was getting a good dose of it. Now you can't sense any sarcasm in my voice here, can you? Well, good hearing from Sylvester. I think that's universal tonight. I think everybody it's been quite some time. Sylvester, if you're still listening there, you got to learn to set that alarm clock on occasion and chime in a little more often. It would have been nice to meet you at the truck show, but the kids are coming from South Korea that weekend, so it's just not gonna work. Wife says there are precedents, so that's that, Steve. I got a message. That another shoe has fallen regarding the foster cared pooch. Junior asked me to measure from ground to the tip of his ear and tip of his nose to the base of his tail. He didn't have to say anymore. I knew what that was all about. But thinking about how the Lord works in mysterious ways, well, yesterday that same individual sent a message, said he had 6 degrees with 8 below wind chill. This is at Osan Air Force Base, and that was in the morning for him. Later in the day, he sent a message that he had to walk home. He'd bought a little Kia, some type of a small diesel car over there anyway. It's one that kind of gets passed on he bought it from whoever, the officer that he replaced, and when it's time for him to ship out, he'll peddle that thing to the next guy that comes along. But either way, that sitting out in that cold all day, it did not want to do what it's supposed to, so the poor soul had to walk home. Well, you can see the squadron room from their apartment building. Of course, there's a whole lot of airfield and whatnot in between, so what was maybe as the crow flies walk has turned into a pretty significant stroll in the park, so to speak. I told him, well, consider it preparation for his next PFT test, and whatnot. So I didn't get any chuckles or laughter at that point, but I figure, yeah, that's payback, a little bit of payback. So we'll continue to spoil the pooch until then. I think back to Friday's show, just about the end of it, my phone rang. Well, here was heat wave. We've messaged back and forth, different times, but we never shot the breeze, over the airwaves. And we kind of took care of a lot of world issues and whatnot, and I think it was primarily kudos for coming up to his defense over that 75-cent beer joke last week and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had a good little chat there. And if you're listening, Heatwave, I did not light or set off the dynamite. The signal dropped somewhere along the way, and I guess I figured we'd covered every worldly issue that had to be taken care of to that point. So, and then I think Saturday, I don't even remember why I wanted to talk to Monkey Gouger, but I sent him a quick text, and all he would have had to do is give a little response. Well, he said, well, give me a call. Well, okay, but I figured, well, this is like about 10:30 at the Marina Del Rey, and well, I forgot. Remember, on Friday's show, he said that he was working yet, that he'd be working into or through the weekend. So he had all the time in the world to be chatting. So this 2-minute call wound up burning up the best part of an hour. But, Steve, this line that he's been feeding us about retiring or selling his truck, and this will probably become the talk of the truck show, the industry-wide news. Steve, yeah, he's looking to get rid of that truck, all right. Now, you remember, about 3 weeks back, his wife, Debbie, took and rode with him for a week?
Yeah, supposedly she had a good time.
Yeah. Well, apparently she frequents the casinos and whatnot, and he provides encouragement. He says he does not partake, but now,
if memory serves, she did fairly well in the casinos. I mean, the Lady Luck thing she had going on. But pause there. Hold that thought. The Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is renewing his call for an assault weapons ban following 2 mass shootings in California. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre noted California Senator Dianne Feinstein reintroduced a federal assault weapons ban and legislation to raise the minimum purchase age for assault weapons to 21. The White House urged Congress to act quickly to keep American communities safe. This comes after 11 people were killed in a shooting Saturday at a Los Angeles area dance hall. 7 were killed Monday in a shooting in a seaside town of Half Moon Bay near San Francisco. Speaker Kevin McCarthy says George Santos will be removed from office if the House Ethics Committee discovers he broke the law. On Tuesday, McCarthy spoke to reporters and made his most extensive comment yet on the embattled New York congressman, saying they will remove him if he's found to have done anything illegal. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now, now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Okay, we left off there. So, yeah, Monkey Gadget takes his better half out on the road. She won him some money on that trip. Back to Scarecrow.
Yeah, she seems to from his side of things, like she wins all the time. Apparently, it sounds like the casinos probably dread to see her coming. But so either way, I'm thinking during the break now, probably a handful from the inner circle probably were giving Jimmy a call and say, come on, you better get online. Your Crozy, he's about to blow your secret wide open. Well, the whole truth is, Steve, we know he wants to get rid of Old Blue. Well, that's in my line of thinking, to make room for New Blue.
Uh-oh.
Now, I can't wait for him to squirm and talk his way out of this one now, because as I say, this is firsthand news. Now, on that trip that Miss Debbie and him took, they they happened to stop in a big old Pete dealer out of nowhere along the way, but here there was a big shiny blue and white one that caught their eye, and so they Steve, they wound up inside talking to a salesman about that truck. Now that's as far as I'm going to go with that. We'll you got to leave a little suspense for the next next go around here, but yeah, he was referencing this. He's just plain having too much fun doing what he's doing. He's not ready for retirement yet. And okay, but when he referenced this $250,000 truck, you know, and such, I'm thinking now my chain's being pulled by. You know, I guess I really haven't paid attention to Class 8 rig prices lately here, and we know used equipment is, you know, sky high, and well, apparently the big rigs have gone the same route as, you know, pickup trucks and whatnot. They're out of control, Steve. I grabbed one of them Truck Trader publications from the truck stop a couple of days back then, and just a couple of pages in. Now these are granted specialty. They're, you know, heavy haul day cabs, triaxle with a heavy front axle. But still $300,000.
Wow.
$300,000, Steve, for a day cab. So yeah, that $250,000 for a, you know, road truck twin screw sleeper unit is not, you know, far from reality. But so either way, yeah, there's the rest of the story as we talked in the past. That I wanted to lay on you and wait for him to come back to work so he can talk his way out of this one now.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I really got for you at the moment, pal. So take and run with it.
Thank you, Scarecrow. Have a good morning. All right, Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri this past day reintroduced his bill that would ban lawmakers and their spouses from holding or trading individual stocks. Now, this is kind of funny. The bill is being called the Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investments Act. That's the Pelosi Act. Pelosi Act for short. Obviously, after Nancy Pelosi, her husband Paul, of course, who bought $5 million worth of semiconductor chip stocks just days before the House vote gave $52 billion to semiconductor producers. Now, following waves of criticism, Paul Pelosi supposedly sold his shares at a loss. But although the former speaker has said she doesn't discuss stocks with her husband, the Daily Mail noted footage from her daughter's documentary and on her shows that Paul Pelosi is often in the room when she's actually conducting House business over the phone. I guess maybe he just overheard a few things. The Pelosi's have combined net worth of about $46 million. Paul Pelosi is a prolific stock trader. Now, this bill was originally introduced in the previous Senate session as Banning Insider Trading Act in Congress. Now, the bill would prohibit members of Congress and their spouses from holding or trading individual stocks and require violators to return their profits to the taxpayers. Holdings in diversified mutual funds, exchange-traded funds, or U.S. Treasury bonds would be exempt. For too long, Hawley says, though, politicians in Washington have taken advantage of the economic system that they write the rules for, turning profits for themselves at the expense of the American people. As members of Congress, both senators and representatives are tasked with providing oversight of the same companies that they invest in. Yet they continually buy and sell stocks, outperforming the market time after time after time. Wall Street and big stock, big tech work hand in hand with elected officials to enrich each other. The solution is clear. We must immediately and permanently ban all members of Congress from trading stocks. Yeah, we'll see where that goes, but there you go. It is 844-844-3388. Is that Robert?
No, it's Rubber Duck. Jeff, what's up, Steve?
Okay, it says Robert Duncan. Okay, Rubber Duck.
Hey, I guess I'm going to Dunkin' Donuts, but I like 7-Eleven better. But I don't like sitting in that line. I'd rather go in and make my own coffee.
What's going on?
Our brother Bubba Bo. Let's go back to 2010 when I was the police tow truck guy in Baltimore with the wreckers. I used to call him a lot. You were on the other side of the spectrum of the radio, I could say, back in the day then, and he was on the other one. I actually was on the phone with him going down the road and dropped the phone. This was before hands-free and all this stuff, guys. Let's go back a little bit. I dropped into a ditch. I went through a telephone pole and a mailbox in a tow truck, and the OnStar and everything went on, and he was on the phone on the floor. He paused the show and didn't let that get on, but he made sure that I was okay.
Now, is that when you were eating the Cheetos or Doritos or something?
No, I'd been asleep probably half the afternoon, and one of my biggest dealer customers had called in downtown Baltimore. He'd been out clubbing, and he was mad because he had a flat tire, and whoever was supposed to come change it wouldn't change it. And if we didn't show up now, we were going to lose his business, and I was off. I mean, it was my weekend with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have Kimmy yet back then. You know, I didn't have grandkids. And so anyway, I take off out the house, and the show was on, and I called, and I got in real quick, and we were talking, and I literally drove through a telephone pole, wrecked the truck on air.
Wow.
But he didn't let it hit. He didn't let my failure hit. However, he made sure that I was okay.
Yeah.
He always stayed in touch. About 6 months later, I go back to car hauling because I got tired of the phone ringing all the time. I went up to New York, Brooklyn. The guy I worked for turned out to be a total freaking douche. Worst boss I ever worked for. But anyway, I made the first convertible Mazda 3 because I accidentally left the car up, and I took off out of the dealership and I clipped a bridge. And I carried it around with me. I sent the pictures to Bubba Bo. And he emailed me back. We didn't have text and all that good stuff back then. We still had the big flip open Verizon phone that looked like a BlackBerry. But he stayed in touch. Man, I can't believe. I hope you're okay. Oh, I'm fine. Just he's a good guy, and everybody pray for him. We're going to lose a great one when he leaves. And we'll see him again. But he'll be with everybody else. Oh, other than that, it just started snowing up here in LaPorte. I think all the snow is going to be like south of 30. So anybody that is 30 down to 70 and all that down there, you guys are going to probably have a pretty long day today. Be careful.
All right, Rubber Duck
And,
or Mr. Duncan. Thanks for the update there. The update and I guess the memories as well. Let's see. It just started lightly snow in Fort Wayne. Regardless of what it says on the radar. Okay. Thanks for the update there. That's Truck and Phil. Hey, Mike, coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation, the great product of Staybill. Still expecting accumulations. They're saying 4 to 10 inches from central Indiana up to southern Michigan. and on over to Toledo. Right now, not really doing much of anything. But again, he said just started lightly snowing at Fort Wayne. We shall see, slow and steady, as we depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flick back. Truck and fill, Semper Fi. All right, be careful. You might be not too bad headed up from Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights. It might be a different story when you make that turnaround coming back the other direction. All right, morning, Mr. Summers. We're slowly scratching our way through what seems like one of those never-ending weeks. According to AccuWeather, looks like it's going to be a day for weather across the whole state. Anyway, you might as well pour that cup of coffee and head into town, see what the folks are throwing away today. Everybody enjoy. Safe travels. All right, Steve there in Columbus, Ohio. Thank you very much. And we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a deep pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, sometimes I know truck drivers say you can be your worst own enemy, or your own worst enemy. Virginia Way Station will no longer allow overnight truck parking due to increasing incidents of littering, vandalism, and unsanitary practices is the word. The temporary allowance for overnight truck parking started in May last year when the Virginia DOT closed the Troutville rest area on 81 southbound about the 158-mile marker. Construction was the reason. During the closure, drivers were being allowed to park overnight at the Troutville Way Station southbound 81 at the 149. The construction added 12 parking spots to the rest area during the project, which has been completed for a while. The DOT continued to allow truck drivers to park at the way station to combat the universal truck parking problem. But as of this week, the Virginia DMV has asked state police to start enforcing the reinstated truck parking ban. As much as we've been pleased to offer this service to truck drivers passing through our Stevens City and Troutville way stations, we are no longer able to provide it due to increasing incidents of littering, vandalism, and unsanitary practices. According to the Director of Communications, in addition to the Troutville rest area, truck drivers in the area can visit the nearby Pilot Travel Center in Racine. Truck drivers and local police say the stoppage of the temporary way station parking will only exacerbate the truck parking issue, which has had deadly consequences in some areas. According to the sergeant for the Virginia State Police, for years we've had issues with truck parking at the 158 rest area. It would fill up inside and then back out onto the interstate, which obviously caused problems. We've had a couple of fatalities there. The biggest problem is looking at truck stops around here, there's nowhere to park. One truck driver, Sean Canada, says it makes it hard for drivers trying to make a living. If we can't stop, we're still running on our hours, you're stuck. There's a lot of times we'll see drivers pull down the streets, and that's not safe to be on the side of the highway out there. There's just not enough parking. But I'm assuming too many fast food joint bags, trash and cups being left in the parking lot. I'm assuming when they say unsanitary conditions, probably, trucker bombs, as they call them, pee bottles and things of that nature. All right. 5-7. Hey there.
Yeah, just wanted to bring this up to note. I'm just a truck driver. What do I know? But among all this stuff about the documents, classified documents being squirreled away all over, hey, I say clean them all out. That's good. I'm pretty sure you go through the Bush's house, you'll see a lot of documents where they claim that they're, securing the border when everybody knows they were open borders. But let me put this down. What we need to do is go into Obama's, because that CNN show that they were referring to on a story earlier I mentioned, they also said Obama is the only administration that didn't have any major issues. And I mean, without looking it up, this is off the top of my head. Executive privilege, hiding Fast and Furious, hiding a crime that included the murder of a border guard, Brian Terry, running guns to Mexico, getting Mexican police killed. And then I understand there's some counties down in Mexico that Eric Holder didn't want to go into because there are warrants out for his arrest. Where did them pallets of money come from under the Obama administration that they dropped off in Iran? All right, on that stupid deal. There was no issues under Obama? There was a lot of issues, and boy, I'd like to see him tear into that and find out, especially under the executive privilege, because we know there was a crime there, gun running. We know there was a murder, a death cause. So boom. So there's a more serious situation that could be handled here, and I'd like to see Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, mind you, I know she is also one of them that has been investing. Well, she's been in D.C. They've got her reported that her family does investing while she's up there voting on stuff. So hopefully they'll cut that down. But I just wanted to bring that up, just let's put everything in perspective. They need to just stop this mess. They need to let Trump alone. Just say there's nothing here and leave it be, and actually apologize and pay for the lock, apologize for invasion of his home, and leave it at that. Because at this point that we know, nobody died. But if they do catch where information got out to Russia and some of our agents, our friends in these different countries were captured, put in prison, and executed for working for the Americans, then that information that got out was sold, Hunter Biden. Well, you know what? Then the people that had that information and sold it in our country needs to be held accountable. So just wanted to throw that out there. I'm just a truck driver. What do I know?
It's amazing when you think back, because the American people we know have a very short-term memory, 5-7, and you're not supposed to remember all those things. That was a long time ago. Forget about that.
Hey, I can't remember what I ate yesterday, but some of this stuff just sticks in your head, And hey, listen, what can I say? I listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. So that's how come I'm very well informed. And I just wanted to put that out there. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, wait for my notification for Thursday already. Can you believe it?
I cannot believe it. No, and it's almost here. Yeah. I found it kind of interesting. I know I don't pay any attention to the award shows. And there haven't been a whole lot of really good movies in quite some time. The pandemic shut down the movie industry for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. But the Oscar nominations, garnered by Top Gun Maverick this past day, including Best Picture, they say has delighted many conservatives on social media because of the film's pro-American theme, which indeed it was. Movie fans flocked in large numbers to watch the long-awaited sequel to the 1986 blockbuster Top Gun. $718 million some odd dollars in the U.S., another $770 million internationally at the box office. Oscar nominations for Best Picture, Film Editing, Adapted Screenplay, Visual Effects, Original Song, and Sound. Now, the good news, they say, is Top Gun Maverick was nominated for Best Picture by the Oscars, according to conservative commentator C.J. Pearson. The bad news, he says, Hollywood hates America. So Top Gun Maverick will more than likely not be taking that award home. It's sad, the reality. Hollywood hates America. Immigration lawyer Matthew Colkin says the only Hollywood movie I've seen since 2019 is Top Gun Maverick. It was about the only movie that could get me to go to a theater and support an industry that abhors constitutional protections, and specifically and ironically includes freedom of speech. There you go. All right, so we close it out there on a Wednesday. The midnight hour rolls around before you know it, and we'll be kicking off a Thursday. I hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.